Hey, it's the Nerdy Sports Fan, and we're watching the draft day two. Day one had some oddball choices towards the end. For the most part, the beginning of the draft was chalk. Everybody was going with, Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeff Okuda, everybody who's been mocked to these teams for months. A few wild cards, a few things that people were not necessarily sure of, like were the Dolphins actually going to draft Tua Tagovailoa? Were the Giants going to screw it up again, or were they actually going to get an offensive tackle? Were they going to get the right offensive tackle? That sort of thing all got answered pretty early. And I really don't think any of the early teams did anything terribly stupid. It wasn't until you got to the mid teens that teams started to really overdraft players. And it was a common theme. It seemed to be the big school players all getting drafted over their position late in the first round. There's a lot of guys that should have gone in the second that ended up going late in the first round. And I think it's because they played for bigger colleges. Um, they had a lot more coverage. There's a lot more access to those players during the season. And so teams are more comfortable with them. The pre draft process that's been hampered greatly by COVID-19 has made it so we're probably going to get a lot, a lot of home run hits late in the draft by teams that actually know what the fuck they're doing in the draft. So if your team typically drafts extremely well, spends a lot of money in their front office, has a great deal of scouting staff, you are in for a good couple of days here. Day two and day three, you are going to land some players that should have gone in the first round and didn't because the scouting departments were not able to do their jobs over the past few months for some of these smaller scouting departments. So teams like the Buffalo Bills, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Indianapolis Colts that didn't even have a first round draft pick, well, it doesn't matter because you've got first round talent sitting here today, folks. That's right. We've got plenty of people in the talent pool that, at least I think, and a number of people across the country agree with me, should have gone in the first round over many of the people that were drafted yesterday. Names like Denzel Mims. You could throw in Trayvon Diggs, a couple of the defensive secondary players for Alabama, a couple of defensive secondary players for LSU. So there are bigger school players that are still around that weren't drafted for whatever reason, but there's smaller school players that could very easily end up making NFL rosters in a very significant way from the moment they're on that team. Um, I've been a proponent of Denzel Mims for quite some time. I thought he was a first round talent. Just looking at him in the combine, this man runs very, very fast. He's 6'4". He makes quick cuts, and he went against very good competition in college. Jeff Gladney, a corner that was drafted in the first round, went against Mims at least a couple of times in their college careers. Mims said that he was the toughest corner that he went against, and Mims did well against him. So a receiver that does extremely well against a corner that's a first round talent, you're telling me that receiver isn't a first round talent? Bogus. All right? Not to mention receiver being a dependent position. If you have a Baylor quarterback as opposed to an LSU quarterback throwing you the ball, don't you think you're not going to have the statistical advantages that a, I don't know, Justin Jefferson has? Yeah. So these are the things that scouts have to analyze. Linebacker does not get drafted a lot very high in the first round anymore. Why? Because it's very, very difficult to judge a linebacker's efficiency because they always have the defensive line in front of them. Okay? You're trying to judge the efficiency of a man who's got 300 pounders in front of him that might be getting drafted, keeping him clean. Is that linebacker extremely effective because he's always open to make the tackle very easily? Or Is he very effective because he himself is very talented? We don't know. Or at least people that don't study film all the goddamn time don't know. So I'm extremely excited to see what's going on in the draft today, because there's only a handful of programs that really know what the hell they're doing front office wise. And the rest of them are just kind of following the trends of what they see going on in the rest of the league. There's a handful of front offices that are really well put together, strong analytics departments, have scouts all over the country, and have the investment of the ownership. And this is where having a very wealthy owner comes into play. As a Bills fan that lives currently in Colorado, I have a lot of more proprietary information than not on those two areas that necessarily the national media doesn't focus on. So the Buffalo Bills did not have a very well-off owner for the longest time, and now they have one of the wealthiest owners in the league. So they have a very well-funded scouting department, a very empowered general manager. They have some of the best facilities in the country. Nobody knows about it, but they've been taking advantage of it. That's why the past few years they've been making the playoffs, and they have a stacked roster because of that behind-the-scenes investment. Conversely, you look at Denver, they just broke away from the Bulls ownership. He passed, unfortunately, but his kids are fighting for control of the team. There's not consistent funding, okay? There's not consistent leadership. John Elway is almost unchecked, but so is Joe Ellis. So you have the guy who's writing the contracts and the guy who's picking the players almost at odds with each other. And there's no consistent power structure, and it's an extremely small front office. It doesn't have the depth of scouting. It doesn't have the depth of technology and the depth of investment that some of these other teams do. Seattle, it has been extremely well funded for years, and their scouting department has been extremely well funded ever since Pete Carroll came in. They've got a strong analytics department. So I expect teams like Buffalo, like Seattle, to really take advantage of this situation. And teams like Denver to just kind of fall in line with what they think other people are really doing, because they don't have the personal investment. They didn't spend all the time during this season scouting all these people. They were more reliant on the combine process, the interview process, the pro day process than some other teams that have much larger scouting departments and have these people getting their hands on these players earlier in the college season. So that's what I think is going to play out here. We've got a number of wide receivers that could have easily gone in the first round, still available. My favorites on this list, of course, I've mentioned Denzel Mims multiple times already, but Chase Claypool out of Notre Dame as well. We're talking about two very tall, very physical, very fast players that, if you look at their measurables, 6'4" plus, 4.3 speed, 220 plus pounds, and very good at the catch contested point. So the only two people prior to these guys in the draft that have met those measurables with that speed, you're talking Randy Moss, you're talking Calvin Johnson. Now, I'm not saying these guys are going to definitely be in that category, because you've got to measure the fight in the dog as much as you're measuring the dog in the fight. But that level of physical talent is rare. You cannot coach that physical talent. And if you're going to say, oh, Henry Ruggs' speed is uncoachable, so he's definitely draftable over a Jerry Jeudy or a CeeDee Lamb, who are more well-rounded players, you have to apply that same logic to players like Denzel Mims and Chase Claypool, who are way taller than Henry Ruggs and a half of a tenth of a second slower. That's what I'm trying to, like, 4.29, all right, whatever. 4.29 versus 4.34, what is the real difference in that 40 time? Half of a tenth of a second. And if you're telling me that the guy who's half of a tenth of a second slower is half a foot taller and stronger and better at the catch contest point, who the fuck do you think I want on my team? I don't want Henry Ruggs over a Denzel Mims or a Chase Claypool. I'm sorry. Because that's a first-round pick versus a second-round pick. There's a level of investment that you're putting in somebody like that. And Henry Ruggs has had some of the best quarterback play in the country his entire college career. We're talking about a few quarterbacks that have played for Alabama during his college career that are all going to be drafted. You cannot say that about Chase Claypool. You cannot say that about Denzel Mims. So these guys are out there and available. And this is where scouts make their money. Okay, first round, everybody fucking knows who's going in the first round. Okay, there's 20 players that I had in every single one of my mock drafts that went last night. Okay, every single person who has done a mock draft knew at least every name that was listed last night, even if you've only done first round mock drafts. Nobody surprised anyone. There's been a couple of dumb decisions based off of, well, you know, this player over that player. You kind of knew that they were going for a corner in, say, Atlanta. Personally, think they overdrafted. But, you know, that's one person's take on video versus another. You're looking at the same thing, and one person can say, well, that defensive back is doing his job. This is just a play design that very easily takes advantage of the defensive scheme that they're in. Whereas somebody else looking at that film, who's not necessarily familiar with the coaching of that team, will say something entirely different and blame it on the player. So you have to separate the nuts and bolts things of the game when you're analyzing the film, and not all scouts do that, okay? Let's talk about a little bit here who actually gets hired as college scouts, because a lot of these people are just relatives of the people in the department, okay? I'm not joking here. Back when the Bills had Ralph Wilson as the owner, Ralph Wilson's daughter was a career scout for the team. That was her qualification. She was the owner's daughter. It had nothing to do with anything else. So I'm not saying that her opinion was invalid. I'm just saying she got that job because of who she was related to, not based off of her qualifications leading into it. Now, she did it for her entire life as part of the team, so I'm sure eventually she got extremely good at it. But those first few years she was doing it, was she extremely good at it? Or was she just there watching football because she enjoyed it? A lot of scouts get their job in this way. Everybody gets their business network through personal connections. This is not a new thing. So you have general managers, you have owners, you have salary cap executives who have cousins or brothers or uncles who need a job and really like football. And you know, college scout is such a generalized thing. You're going to watch a couple of football games, you're going to ask some questions of coaches and get your personal opinion back to the general manager. How valid is that opinion? Is that guy watching the game, scouting one particular player? Is he trying to canvas an area, find his own opinion on people before he goes in and interviews people? What's his methodology? So, considering the human factor of scouting departments and general managers and how they're set up, there are widely varying opinions throughout the league on all of these players. I have my own opinions on these guys because I just watch film, okay? I take a couple hundred players every year that I think are going to be drafted high, and I'll watch 2, 3, 4 games worth of game film of every single play that they have in that game. Especially if it's somebody who's going to get drafted high, I'll look at more game film. But these college scouts for these teams, how much time do they have in their day? How much time do they have in their work period? Are they going to every game? No, they can't. They physically cannot go to every game in their area. So since they can't, let's see. Thoughts on the Jordan Love pick? Thanks for the question, Duke Nuke. I kind of like it. It's not a win now pick. Okay, you have a very young GM, you have a very young coach who just came into a program that had a Hall of Fame quarterback already in place. So yes, they have the capability of winning right now, and man, do they have the capability of winning big right now. But look at how their roster is set right now. Anybody who is watching the playoffs, do you honestly think Green Bay had a legitimate chance against San Francisco or Kansas City or even Baltimore or Tennessee? There's a gap between Green Bay and the rest. I understand they were, a number 2 seed. They were the weakest number 2 seed that I've seen in a very, very long time. They had a favorable schedule. Anytime you're playing Detroit twice and Mitch Trubisky twice, you have a bit of a favorable schedule. I get it. You played the Vikings twice as well, but Kirk Cousins cannot win a game that's worth a damn to save his ass. Okay? He's done it twice in my memory. So they had a benefit of a weak schedule going in. So their roster was not as strong as some of the other teams. They need somebody to replace Aaron Rodgers moving forward. And look at the Aaron Rodgers model. Aaron Rodgers got drafted when Brett Favre was still slinging it. And he learned from Brett Favre for a few years, and it ended up working out extremely, extremely well for the Pack then. So considering Jordan Love, by the opinion of many scouts around the league, and myself as well, actually, that guy spins the ball and as a pure thrower of the football is extremely, extremely good. The issues with Jordan Love coming out of college are decision-making. Everybody talks about him being a bit of a late bloomer. Like he's almost a foot taller than he was when he entered high school and almost 100 pounds heavier than he was when he entered high school. So this guy has done a lot of growth, both physically and mentally, in a very compressed period of time. So if you give him an environment sitting behind Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers with a clipboard in his hand, picking the brain of a coach who's pretty bright offensively, if he has some time to develop, I think he's going to end up doing extremely, extremely well. You're giving him literally the perfect environment to develop it. So I love the Jordan Love pick for the future. It's not going to help them win now, unless you consider pissing Aaron Rodgers off helping motivate him, because that's exactly what it's going to do. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, if I was Aaron Rodgers, I'd be fucking pissed. All right? What's going on with Drew Brees right now? Drew Brees has a quarterback who everybody knows is never going to supplant Drew Brees behind it, okay? And they're just stacking that team with things that are going to help Drew Brees win now. So Aaron Rodgers is looking at Drew Brees in the perfect situation where the town loves him, the coach loves him, and everybody realizes the whole show revolves around him. And he was looking at Tom Brady in the same situation for years in New England. Aaron Rodgers has never gotten that treatment. Never once has Aaron Rodgers gotten the I'm the center of the show treatment. The only way that you could have said that he's gotten that treatment is, them essentially saying, look, Aaron Rodgers is going to, pull it out for us. They've never just tossed skill position talent at him. They've never made heavy financial investments in the team until extremely, extremely recently. Like this most recent GM, Brian Gutekunst, which, by the way, I will say it again, sounds like a fucking German titty bar. All right. But Brian Gutekunst is the first GM that has been in Green Bay in my entire memory that's actually thrown money at people in free agency. So in Aaron Rodgers' point of view, I finally have a guy who's spending money on the team here to win now. Great. And then the very next draft, my replacement. Oh, got it. You've already got plans on giving me the fucking boot in the ass. That's nice. So I can see Aaron Rodgers coming out in this season on fucking fire, just wanting to raise the earth. Okay, I can see Aaron Rodgers coming out and taking all of these frustrations out on the other teams in the NFC North, and God help the Vikings and the Bears and the Lions, because they are going to feel that man's wrath, okay? He's going to be jamming wedges of cheese down the throats of every Detroit, Chicago, and Minnesota fan all fucking season long, all right? So, yes, I think Jordan Love is a very good pick for the franchise in general. It's a move, though, where you're sacrificing possible right now growth for future security. He did look depressed last season, but don't worry. He's got that majestic mustache, and he's giving mustache rides to Danica Patrick still, right? So I think he's got plenty of things that are going to keep him happy. He just needs a fire lit under his ass now and again. He seemed kind of depressed and pissed off, but I think that's just how he is. He had there was an interview of him, and they're discussing just after the Super Bowl victory. And Aaron Rodgers was saying, hey, on the bus ride away from the stadium is when I started thinking, is this it? Is this the pinnacle? Is this what really matters the most? And he started analyzing his career and how he perceived himself and what he perceived as really winning and really, being good in his life. Because when you pursue just football fame your entire life and you reach the pinnacle of football fame, which is winning the Super Bowl as a quarterback of one of the premier franchises in the country, what else is there after that? So we're now in a period of, he's got 10 years of fucking soul searching after that. So he's still in the league. He's still slinging it. He's still doing extremely well. I think he was revitalized by this GM and coach coming in last year. And I think they're going to do well. Yeah, playing and teaching is okay. I mean, there's a lot of people that do teaching well. I will say, as a general rule, the best teachers are C students. They know how to teach to people who generally aren't getting it right now. Okay? The best teachers were C students. The best quarterback coaches in the league. Who is the quarterback coach for Tua Tagovailoa? You've got Trent Dilfer. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl, yes, but he won a Super Bowl on the back of Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. All right? He did not win a Super Bowl because he's a fantastic quarterback. Jordan Palmer, he's a sought-after quarterback coach in the league right now. Jordan Palmer, does anybody know what he is? Anybody? Carson Palmer's little brother who couldn't fucking make it in the league. But he's extremely, extremely good at teaching because he was forced to be really good at self-analyzing and understanding why he wasn't as successful as other people were. Now, Aaron Rodgers is extremely physically gifted. He is one of, if not the best pure thrower of the football actively in the league right now. Nobody debates that he's got a cannon for an arm and he spins it like nobody else. So it's a very, very catchable ball that gets there fast. And you cannot teach that at a certain level. Somebody who does that at that level can rarely teach somebody else how to do it. So I think he's going to be frustrated by teaching. I think the only thing that he's going to be able to really teach somebody is decision making. This is why I did this. Now, some of that's instinct, some of that's gamesmanship. He's flying around and just doing backyard, football. But Jordan Love already has that element to his game, and he already has the pure thrower of the football element to his game. What he needs is, hey, don't throw that when he's got, a double high safety. don't throw that in this situation when you see this off to the left, because off to the right could be entirely different coverage. Because zone blitzing schemes typically try to fool you by making it man here, zone there while somebody's running at you. So when you see the blitzer, don't always just sling it to the area where it's blitzing, because they typically have a zone drop in order to pick that off. So those are little things that he'll be able to impart, but thankfully he does not have to impart the things that really make him a unique player, because Jordan Love already has those things in his arsenal. So I am a Bills fan. I'm interested to know, Duke, are you a Packers fan? Is that why we're getting the Jordan Love questions here? And I'm interested to know who anybody wants for their team in the draft right now, because I'm really interested by these positionless defensive players that are still available. Oh, yeah. Yep. So I'm really interested in Jeremy Chin and Xavier McKinney, because the offensive trend being so college heavy, the college concepts of run pass option have made it so defenses have to be much more flexible and much faster than they were in the past. So, the big linebacker really doesn't exist anymore, or shouldn't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Blake Martinez going out? Absolutely. Yeah, you need a replacement for that man. He was a tackling machine. So, yeah, I mean, how do you feel about Bulaga going as well? Because Brian Bulaga going to, I want to say the Chargers. They seem to really love that addition, but I was under the impression that the people in the Wisconsin area thought that Bulaga was getting over the hill. So at outside linebacker, well, no, Blake Martinez was a middle linebacker in a 3-4, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. So him going to California is probably going to help his weary bones, right? He might actually get a resurgence in his career just by being in an easier climate to play in. But yeah, Blake Martinez, as far as linebackers, I was talking earlier about linebackers being a bit difficult to gauge, because you never necessarily know if the defensive line in front of them was doing all the heavy lifting and they were just left free and clear of all blockers to make the tackle very easily. There's only a handful that are just deeply talented and you understand that they were doing it all themselves. So Kenneth Murray, everybody knew that guy was special, and that's why he was the first linebacker taken. Patrick Queen's got really just dynamite coverage ability, and it pops off the film. But otherwise, linebackers are, they're the cleanup crew. They're the mop-up guys. The running back got past the line and, happened to be right in the linebacker's lap, and he had to make the tackle. It was already 5 yards down the field, but he just happened to be there and make the tackle, and that's how it's schemed up. Not all linebackers are attacking linebackers. So it's difficult to gauge. I really like Willie Gay Jr. I think he would be a great addition to a defense like the Packers. 3-4 outside linebacker is easier to scout. Zach Bond is dynamite, and I would love to see Zach Bond in your scheme as well. Mike Pettin is the defensive coordinator up there now, if I'm not mistaken. I really enjoyed his defensive scheme when he was defensive coordinator of the Bills. And even when he was head coach of the Browns, he always had a really good, aggressive scheme that put a lot of pressure on the quarterback and created a lot of turnovers, but it was never necessarily really good against the run. And that's why his team got run over by San Francisco in the playoffs. I'd be interested to see if that affects the kind of player personnel that they draft on the defensive side, if they start to go after more big-bodied guys who can effectively stop the run a little bit better. How's your front line? Is B.J. Raji still up there? Do you feel like a big body on the defensive line might help? Somebody like a Ross Blacklock or a Neville Gallimore, who are both still available. Do you think like a big body guy like that would help the overall scheme of things? Yeah. Yeah. Both the Smiths are really, really adept at getting after the quarterback. Yep. The end run stuffer. That's right. So the Smiths are playing like an outside linebacker kind of hybrid position right now in that scheme, I would assume. So having a guy, a 3-4 end that can just maul people would be great. AJ Epinesa is available, and I think he's a very good fit for that. Who's the Auburn defensive end tackle that the guy who's not Derek Brown, who's still available? I'm trying to remember his freaking name now. I'll get it in a second here. Let's see. But yeah, I really, really, really like the idea of a 3-4 defensive end going there as well. I think that would shore up the defense pretty well. But you do need a replacement for Balaga, and you need a speed demon wide receiver. So somebody who can take the pressure off the top for Adams. KJ Hamler is still available, and he fits that role pretty well. But again, there's plenty of extremely fast receivers available. You can go for Denzel Mims or Chase Claypool and get the same kind of speed. So, just Hamler's that small, and he fits the mold of the speed demon wide receiver that we see and what we think of when we think of that. It's usually a smaller, slighter build, like a Deshaun Jackson type. But yeah, I think that any one of those positions would be very, very valuable. And I think right now, all of those positions have depth. Big-bodied defensive linemen, there's at least half a dozen of them available that I would see as reasonable picks for the Packers. Speedy wideouts, at least a half dozen available that I could see as really reasonable. So I don't want to judge any draft ever by just the first round player or the first pick. Like the Giants last year, everybody was blowing them up and saying they did shit because they drafted Daniel Jones as high as they did. Every pick after that was fucking dynamite. All right, Gettleman did his damn work. And he ended up being right on Daniel Jones, by the way. So even if he was maybe overdrafted and could have gone probably 10, 15 picks later very easily, he was still right on the player, and he still just nailed every other pick. So overall, I thought that draft got a very high grade. It was like an A- for me. And it was only that low because of how high Daniel Jones was drafted, not that Daniel Jones was drafted. So I think you can still have an extremely, extremely good draft as long as you address all those positions. You address that big-bodied run stuff around the end. You leaving? All right, that's fine. Come check in, and we will chat as much as you want on your Packers. But yeah, hit me up as the draft is going, because I'm going to be live doing this as long as the second and third rounds are going. So thanks for the comments, guys. Let's see. So I am really interested also in where the rest of these running backs are going. I think this is going to be very, very heavy today on the running backs. You've got J.K. Dobbins. You've got DeAndre Swift available, and a lot of people thought both of those were better options than George Edwards-Helaire. Personally, I thought about 5 different running backs were better than George Edwards-Helaire. I think he's an extremely, extremely, extremely weak pass blocker. And his actual running skills are no better or worse than a number of running backs who also were good pass blockers. I point to Cam Akers here. So Cam Akers is a great pass catcher. He's got great feet. He's a good runner of the ball. His main issue was he tended to bounce everything outside. And that's not because he's bad at his position. It's because the offensive line for Florida State was fucking shit. All right? It was terrible. So wouldn't you also bounce things out a little more if you have defensive linemen and linebackers in your face as soon as the ball snapped all the time? Of course you would. So you take into account that, and since the offensive line was so terrible and there was always defensive linemen just barreling down on the quarterback and the running back, Cam Akers ended up needing to become a very effective pass blocker. So he's going to come in as a day one third down back, pass catching, playmaking back on those third down situations, and he'll be extremely, extremely valuable to a team immediately. Whereas George Edwards-Helaire, who is a terrible pass blocker, and I mean fucking terrible, okay? There were people his size or smaller beating him on blitzes like nothing. And you can't have that guy on the field in an obvious blitz situation. You just can't. So my assumption here is they don't value pass blocking from a running back because they think their man, Pat Mahomes, is just going to be fine to make it on his own, make something out of nothing, which he proved he can do. But maybe offering him a little protection would improve upon his play. Just maybe. I don't know. I don't know shit, though, you know? I just feel that they could have done better. So the number of running backs going today, I'm pretty sure all of them are going to be really upset that Edwards-Helaire went above them. And again, I would be. All right? I think anybody really rationally would be. So draft's about to start. Let's see. We've got Cincinnati on the clock right now. And with Cincinnati, they obviously picked Joe Burrow very early. Number 1 pick overall in the draft. Come on. Yeah. Stop this. Come on. All right. The dog wants some attention. So, Cincinnati has a porous offensive line. They have no linebackers. All right, these guys lined up homeless people at linebacker. The last couple of seasons, they've been terrible at that position and at offensive line for a number of years. They did have an offensive lineman that they drafted last season that became injured. So I think they believe maybe addressing interior offensive line, not necessarily tackle, will be the route to go to shore that protection up. So I would expect, Ohio State's center is pretty high regard in the interior offensive lineman ranks. So I would expect to see him. Cesar Ruiz went already. I kind of thought he was going to go in the second round, but freaking Saints picked him up yesterday. So yeah, Ohio State's center is the next guy down the list. I'm just blanking on all sorts of names right now because, well, brain farts happen. Let me pull this up here. See, I like how they're talking about Antoine Winfield Jr. on the coverage right now. Like, seriously, Antoine Winfield is a ball hawk. That guy just flies around the field. I love his play, and I don't understand why he's available right now. But none of the safeties were picked. Like, no safeties were taken off the board. So you've got Xavier McKinney, Grant Delpit, Antoine Winfield, all available. And I did a video on the safeties. There's a number of high-quality safeties available in this draft that are going to be day one starters. They're going to be extremely effective, and some of them are just freaking turnover machines. Grant Delpit did not have a very good year last year because he was dealing with injury. You look at his 2018 film, and that guy was a turnover machine. All right? He's also a missed tackle machine, which is why I prefer Antoine Winfield Jr., who was a do-everything player. Antoine Winfield Jr. just created turnovers all over the field, fumble recoveries, interceptions, very good coverage safety, but he also drops into the box and will just lay the wood on somebody, all right? This guy is a tackling machine, just like his father was in the league. So the fact that he was also extremely dangerous with the ball in his hands and used as a punt returner, I think that he is going to be a highly effective player immediately. And he will be a boon to any defense and any special teams unit that he joins up with. So I'm excited to see what's going on with Antoine Winfield Jr. I'm excited to watch his career wherever he ends up going, because I think he's going to be a very fun player to watch. I think safety is one of my favorite positions in general. The era of the good safety is right when I started to pay attention to football on the level that I do now. So I got to watch Brian Dawkins and Troy Polamalu and Ed Reed have the heyday of their careers when I was getting to this level of obsession with football. So I think that has something to do with it. And Ed Reed was just a joy to watch, how he set people up, how he set up quarterbacks. I remember you see the highlight frequently of him hiding behind the back judge, and then just when the ball is snapped, popping out into his coverage assignment, just so the quarterback couldn't see where he was lining up. And it's the little things like that that I really appreciate. And you're talking about when his Hall of Fame induction was going, and players were reminiscing about how he set up Peyton Manning like 8 or 9 games before they actually played each other, because he understood how obsessive Peyton Manning was about studying film. So he intentionally played a coverage improperly against the quarterback that would not take advantage of it well, knowing that Peyton Manning would see that on film and try to take advantage of it. So when Peyton Manning tried to take advantage of his poor coverage play in that particular assignment, Ed Reed just midstream flipped to the right coverage assignment and picked the ball off. And to have that chess match kind of gamesmanship with one of the most cerebral players the league has ever known and to outdo him, man, loved watching Ed Reed. So, yeah, I'm really intrigued by these safeties. They're going to be immediate playmakers. Safety is a position that translates extremely well college to pro. So safety, running back, the assignments are pretty similar from the college systems to the pro systems. So these guys can be day one contributors and serious playmakers. Defensive back in general, so reactionary. So your physical gifts matter so much more in that position. And you can be an immediate contributor on defense. So I really, really am interested in these other defensive backs like, DBs. So we've got Jalen Johnson still available from Utah, who I thought was better than 3 of the defensive backs that got drafted in the first round. He's still out there. He's got better instincts. And when you look at him on film from this past year, some of his movement doesn't look as good. He doesn't have as smooth of hips. He was playing through injury. This guy's tough as nails, playing through injuries, and it affects the way you see his movement on film the same way that Grant Delpit. He didn't have the best year last year. He was playing through injury. He was playing through a high ankle sprain. You know, we have Austin Jackson, the left tackle that was drafted by Miami out of USC. People say he had bad season, just a terrible season. Okay, he had a bad start to his season last year, and it got better as the year went on. Well, what happened in the offseason? He donated frickin' bone marrow to his sister, and that is a painful surgery to recover from and a long recovery process. He didn't bitch. He didn't point to that as an excuse. He just went to fucking work. And it produced a season that wasn't as good as it should have been, but he made that sacrifice for something that mattered more. So you've got to take things like that into account. And that only comes from establishing the relationships with these players in the pre-draft process that really has been missing in this pre-draft process. And that's why I talked earlier about how these bigger scouting departments, these more well-funded scouting departments, have a leg up because they've been able to produce those relationships. They've been able to make those connections with these players earlier in the process. They weren't relying on the pro days. They weren't relying on the Senior Bowl. They weren't relying on the combine to create all of those inroads with these players at this point in the process. They've already got those inroads. They know these little details about these players. So, yeah, I'm just excited to see, and you're going to see the investment in the front office come to play by who these scouting departments from these better funded front offices are picking up, because that'll separate the men from the boys. Oh, man. All this inspirational music with frickin' Trey Wingo with his bad hair and makeup, because they don't have hair and makeup people right now. It's just hilarious how ancient these guys look compared to how they did when they had the proper staff and the frickin' recording studio. I swear, Chris Mortensen aged 25 years just in the time before and after the stay-at-home orders. I just think it's hysterical that all of these people are now recording what they're doing the same way YouTubers have been recording what they're doing. So there's almost no fucking difference in production value from your average YouTuber to frickin' Michael Irvin. The difference is I don't have a goddamn Super Bowl statue behind my shoulder. So this is just hilarious to me how level the playing field is becoming because of this virus. The Bengals being on the clock, I hope they get a linebacker or an interior offensive lineman, because those are some serious need positions for the Bengals. And yes, they have the quarterback of the future, and Joe Burrow is going to do extremely well in that program. Zach Thomas is headier than coaches have been previously. They're more offensive minded. So I think that's going to work well with Joe Burrow. But he needs a line in front of him. He needs more time than Andy Dalton had to throw the ball. And he needs a defense that has linebackers that can do something. Fucking something. Because whereas linebackers are really just mop-up duty, if you're trying to mop with a broom, there's a problem. So you at least need to have somebody who can do that fucking job. Okay? And they just haven't had that there. That middle layer of their defense that takes on so freaking much and is relatively underappreciated because there's just so many good linebackers in the league. I think that missing that layer has been the biggest weakness for this Bengals defense. And there's a lot of good linebackers available right now. A lot. I think Willie Gay Jr. is pretty good, but he's probably towards the end of the second round, beginning of the third. Zach Bond is the primo. But as more of a 3-4 guy, probably doesn't mesh well with the needs for the Bengals. But, a lot of teams are looking at positionless, just what's your talent level, and we'll make something work around you situations. But considering the trades and how high up in the second round New England is right now with what happened with that Chargers trade, I would expect Zach Bond going to New England. That makes so much sense to me. It's insane. His talent level and what Bill Belichick likes to do and their team needs all mesh perfectly. I think him going there makes a hell of a lot of sense. Let's see. Yeah, just interior offensive line is the most likely situation for offensive tackle for the Bengals right now. Josh Jones being available, if they do think that their tackle position still needs to be addressed and upgraded, Josh Jones from Houston makes a hell of a lot of sense here as far as where his talent level is and where they're at in the draft. Hmm. God, I'm looking at the screen and Tom Brady looks like the oldest motherfucker in that conversation. And he's got Deion Sanders with his gray beard there, and Tom Brady looks like a goddamn crypt keeper. No. Oh, man. I'm excited. I really am. There's a lot of bad decisions that happened yesterday, but there's a lot of good decisions. I mean, for the most part, it was chalk. All right. The draft, everybody kind of figured what was going on in the first half of the draft. It all just made sense for what the teams needed and what everybody thought in the scouting community for a long time. So now that section of the draft is gone and there have been a few oddball decisions mixed in, there's a lot of people that a lot of the scouting community thought should have been first round talent that's not going until now. So, hope you enjoy looking at the top of my dog's head here. But yeah, this is going to be really, really, really interesting for me because even into the third round, I'm expecting players that we would have assumed would have gone in the first round going. It happens every year. Every year, there's one guy that somebody thought was going to be in the first round who drops into the second or the third that makes no freaking sense to anybody but the NFL executives. The draft war rooms of all these GMs. I'm looking at the Bengals one right now, and seriously, it is fucking sad compared to some of the war rooms of other teams. Like the Cardinals coach, you look at the Cardinals head coach's setup and look at the Bengals head coach's setup next to one another. It's silly. All right. He's got this. The Cardinals head coach has obviously a very well designed home with a very nice outdoor space. It's still private, and you can see it through these huge glass walls, essentially, from his living room out into his yard space, and it's picturesque, okay? I'm sure he's renting the place out for model photography, all right? Well, then you look at Zach Thomas for the Bengals, and it looks like he's in the spare bedroom of my old two-bedroom apartment in the frickin' Chicago suburbs. It looks like he makes minimum wage, and he just it's terrible. And I don't know if that's just the nicest house in Cincinnati. I don't know what Ohio's like, but I know what Buffalo's like, and it was fucking depressing back home. So I can only assume that Cincinnati's kind of depressing with what it can offer in real estate as well. And the Arizona area being much newer in the real estate market than those old Rust Belt cities where I'm from, um, yeah, it's going to have nicer homes. So maybe it's a situation like that where he's just got the nicest thing that was really available to him. Um, but it's just sad what some of these guys have for a setup. Hmm. You see, the Bengals GM, he's got a decent setup there. Huh. Man, we've got 5 minutes before the picks got to be in. And I appreciate that there's much less time between picks in the second and third round because offering all these teams 15 minutes and almost all of these teams taking every last one of those minutes was getting frustrating. I mean, seriously, you don't fucking know who you're taking. You haven't been thinking about it for 7 months. You don't already have it lined up, ready to go as soon as you know that certain guys are still available. That's moronic. All right, you're given 15 minutes. I got my pick all fucking ready, asshole. I mean, it's like when I'm doing my fantasy draft. All right, yes, it happens live. Okay, and there's going to be decisions that you weren't expecting from other teams. Sure, you're telling me you don't have that contingency figured the fuck out already? Because I do in my goddamn fantasy football drafts. So you're an NFL GM, an NFL front office in general, and you haven't had the time to figure this situation out yet? Give me a fucking break. They're just taking all of those 15 minutes so the NFL can fit another Lexus ad. That's it. Get some more commercial time. Let Trey Wingo stroke his ego for another 20 fucking minutes talking on TV. It's insane to me. 3 minutes left. Bengals, you've had all motherfucking night to figure out who is taken in the first round. You should already fucking know who you have. You should already have the pick in. You're fucking shitting me if you don't know who you're drafting already. Look, your wife's sitting right there. She can make the pick, I'm sure. Hmm. So it's an offensive coach. It's a new coaching staff and GM, the first new coaching staff and GM that they've had in 20 years. It was their first season last season, and it was a fucking terrible one. So if they don't have a good year this year or next year, they're going to be out, and they probably know that. Well, they just drafted their quarterback, so they know that they're not necessarily going to have a good year this year. First year quarterbacks rarely, if ever, do extremely well. The only ones that really have done extremely well, their first year pure rookie starter, you're talking what? Well, Ben Roethlisberger didn't get that treatment. He sat on the bench behind like Charlie Batch. So Eli Manning had a terrible year. Peyton Manning had a terrible year. Troy Aikman didn't do good until his fourth season. Same with Drew Brees. So what? Dan Marino? Dan Marino was good right in his rookie year. So Joe Burrow's not going to have a good rookie season. I don't fucking care how good he was in college. The pick's finally in. So I'm, again, expecting interior offensive line or linebacker should be a top priority for this team based off of what they've needed the past few years. I'm not necessarily expecting them to go that direction. Again, the coach is very offensive minded, so for all I know, they could be drafting AJ Green's replacement. They only franchise tagged him. They didn't sign him to a long-term contract, so they might be trading Green and drafting his wide receiver replacement. So Hamler, Mims, Donovan Peoples-Jones, those kinds of guys, all available, might be going here. It's been a heralded wide receiver draft, so why not another receiver in spite of the fact that you already have 3 good receiving targets for Joe Burrow? So the pick is in. Let's wait for the commissioner's stupid face here. Wide receiver it is. T. Higgins. T. Higgins. Man. So he's got a huge amount of touchdown catches. I want to say like a quarter of his catches went for touchdowns at one point. So he's really good at getting into the end zone. Okay. When I analyzed his film, he did not have many contested catches. He's good at going up for the ball, sure. You know, he gets up over the rim. You know, he high points the ball extremely well. When somebody's actually contesting the catch with this guy, he doesn't do so well. All right, did T. Higgins just destroy the LSU secondary? Fuck no. Okay, the national championship game was a goddamn joke. He needed to show up, and Grant Delpit and freaking Christian Fulton shut him the fuck down. So I don't think T. Higgins is the guy here. I think Chase Claypool and Denzel Mims are better picks than T. Higgins. If you want a big guy who can control his body and make a high point catch, there's two guys right there that I think are better than T. Higgins. So, especially in a situation where you actually have to fight for the catch. It's just, that's an area that separates the men from the boys. And that's an area that T. Higgins was not good at, and Denzel Mims and Chase Claypool were. So Higgins is a talent. He's not the fastest guy, but again, he high points the ball extremely well, and he's got a nose for the end zone. So I'm not saying he's a bad player. I just don't necessarily rate him as high as other players. So, and they still haven't addressed their offensive line need. So they're more playing Madden football than actual football. They're in Cincinnati. So, you know, having that target to throw the ball to is really great if you have enough protection time to actually get the pass off. So I hope for Joe Burrow's sake that they have a solution for their protection problem lined up, because they definitely did not set it up just there. Do the Colts know what's what? They've already got their pick in. I actually thought the Colts would have been a smart destination for Jordan Love. Yeah, but they would have had to trade up to get him. So here they are, the Colts' first time on the board. Pick 34. Michael Pittman, wide receiver out of USC. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of receivers going. A lot of these guys are all about preference. Okay, Michael Pittman Jr., he was definitely a second rounder. You know, T. Higgins, definitely a second rounder. We've got still probably 4 or 5 more wide receivers to go in the second round, if not more. It's a deep position, which is why I don't understand why a lot of teams were going wide receiver in the first round. I don't know if I can get it. Like, one of the best wide receiver classes coming out in recent memory. Odell Beckham Jr. and Mike Evans and Sammy Watkins were all heralded as top flight wide receivers. And everybody in the country agreed that Sammy Watkins was the cream of the crop, the best of the best. This is the best wide receiver class in a generation. And this guy right here is head and shoulders above all of the rest of them. Everybody thought it, okay? So the Bills trade up to get him. They used resources that they could have used on other positions when they were a weak roster. And they went up and they got Sammy Watkins, where if they stayed right where the fuck they were, they could have gotten either Odell Beckham Jr. or Mike Evans. And now, looking back on it, every football fan in the country knows that Odell Beckham Jr. and Mike Evans have had better careers. Not because of talent, because of injury, but still, you don't know. But if you know all of these guys are really, really talented, why waste the high resource on a deep position? It doesn't make any sense to me. When you can get a Michael Pittman Jr. here, this is a guy in previous years, could have gone in the first round. T. Higgins just drafted. He could have gone in the first round previous years. But there's other really talented receivers, so he didn't. Dropped into the second. Okay. Well, that's just a boon for teams that waited till the second round. So use that first round pick on a position that doesn't necessarily have the depth of talent. Use that first round pick on a linebacker because there's only like 5 good ones this year. Use that first round pick on an edge rusher because the top end edge rushers are head and shoulders above the low end edge rushers in this draft. Use that on an offensive tackle because there's 5 of them that are going to be good day one starters and like 2 or 3 of them that might be. And the rest of them, So, yeah, I don't get why wide receiver is gone after crazy early in a draft that's very deep with wide receivers. Doesn't make sense to me. But here we got the Lions on the clock. The pick is in. Pick 35. They need this defense fixed. They need this defense fixed. I really do think the defensive line is the smart way to go. A big-bodied guy in the front. So Justin Matabuke, Ross Blacklock, Neville Gallimore come to mind. They still got AJ Epinesa available, and he is just a mauler on the defensive front. So I think you can go end or tackle, and it would be very, very effective for the Lions. But yeah, they need to fucking win. They need to figure it out, and their biggest problem is defense. So they need to throw personnel at the defensive side of the ball because Matt Stafford can run that offense, and they got a lot of talent on the offensive side of the ball. They got wide receivers, they got a running back, all the offensive talent you can want. They got a first-round pick at tight end last year. So let's get a defensive tackle here. Come on. Oh, shit. DeAndre Swift. They got Kerryon Johnson already. You have Kerryon Johnson. You needed to draft DeAndre Swift. Your defense was fucking shit. God, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Holy shit. Swift should have gone to the Chiefs, first of all. But, yeah. What? We're watching DeAndre Swift's dad just be a goddamn tank. Look at this dude. Seriously, his biceps are as big around as my fucking head. Man, that's an easy way to develop into an athlete when you got a dad that's that fucking focused on physical fitness. Shit. He's 5'8", so he's small, and he really has been used primarily as a receiving back more than a running back. So Kerryon Johnson is probably going to be the early down guy and have DeAndre as the later down guy, which also is not exactly an ideal situation because college running backs, and DeAndre Swift is no exception here, are not generally good at pass blocking. And if you're going to have your third down back, your receiving back be out there, you want him to be able to block somebody. So, yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to be able to find highlights of him making a successful block here and there, but he's not the man when blocking. And that will keep you from wanting to have him on the field in third and long situations. And with his receiving talent, that's the offensive situation that you want him there in. So it's going to be a weird dichotomy with that. But they did address defensive back in the first round with Jeff Okudah. So now they got DeAndre Swift. So they have high-end skill position talent that they've gotten in this draft. They're ignoring the beef up front, though. So defensive line, a huge need for this team. How are you going to address that? You going to go after Jadeveon Clowney or something? You know, what are you going to do? And Jadeveon Clowney, what? He's an edge rusher. What are the big run stuffers up front? I don't think they addressed the position that would most benefit the team most immediately. They're creating a pinball machine offense. So that's going to be a nasty offense to go across. You got Matt Stafford throwing the ball. You've got talented wide receivers, young, but talented wide receivers. And you got Johnson and freaking Swift in the backfield. Yeah. I think that's going to be dynamic. I think it's going to be, well, it's modeled after the Chiefs, but, you know, Stafford can't run like Mahomes can. So you're not going to have that wrinkle. But, yeah, it's overloaded now with offensive skill position talent. So who the fuck are you going to cover? Kerryon Johnson is not a slouch catching the ball. So with DeAndre Swift, who catches the ball extremely well, and their receiving core and tight end, now the defense has to legitimately find a way to shut down 5 receiving targets on pretty much every play. 2 wideouts, a tight end, and 2 running backs out there. You can create offensive sets like that all day. Have all of those guys out on the field with Matt Stafford slinging the ball to them. So, yeah, that's going to be dangerous. So, you know, Green Bay and Chicago and Minnesota better be ready for that offense. But the defense still sucks ass. So, you know, your defense just has to be a little bit better than their defense. And your offense just has to keep up with that offense. That's how they lost all those leads last year. So if this is a weird stat that I saw the other day, if Detroit did not give up a single fourth quarter lead, if every time they had a lead in the fourth quarter, they held on to it, they would have finished 10-6 last year. 10-6. Yeah. Instead, they were what, like 3-13-1 or some shit? Just that is such a huge swing. It's insane. That says a lot about the plurality of the league. It says a lot about, you know, the systems that are in place to make the competitive balance as even as possible. You know, free agency and the snaking, not snaking, the way the draft is set makes sense. It's achieving its goal. You're getting the parity that you wanted, because there's no way in shit that just holding on to the lead in the fourth quarter when you have it should have a swing from 3-13 to 10-6. Absolutely nuts. So we're looking at David Gettleman in like the spare bedroom, sequestered away by his wife, and Joe Judge, the head coach that he hired, with a glass wall behind him with a nice view. So, you know, you can tell who's actually making the money and who's got some modicum of control in their household. So I like how everybody looks like ninjas when they're on the screen now. They're interviewing people that all have these face masks on, and I'm just thinking, oh man, Hattori Hanzo. You know, we're watching the Lin Kuei and what's freaking Scorpion's crew. But yeah, no, we're watching the ninjas from Mortal Kombat just come at the screen. It's freaking hilarious to me. All right, so the Giants selection is in. Dave Gettleman figured out how to use his wireless mouse. I was waiting for Xavier McKinney to go. Man, I really like this guy. So, like I said, the Giants actually don't have bad drafts. You know, talk all the shit you want about Gettleman, but he can create a deep draft. He addresses positions of need, and Xavier McKinney is one of these positionless kind of safeties. I really love his game. He has played as many snaps at deep safety as he did at linebacker, as he did at nickel corner. And he played all of those positions extremely well. So when you're that versatile and that heavily used by one of the most pro-ready defenses in college football in Alabama, I have a lot of faith in him as a pro. I think he's going to translate to the pro level extremely well and extremely quickly. It's going to be interesting to know how he's used, because a lot of people have that like big nickel role, because most teams are playing like 70 to 80% of their snaps in a nickel package as opposed to a base defense. So using a guy like Xavier McKinney in that position, who has played nickel, he's played safety, he's played linebacker, you can keep your base defense package on the field all the damn time and just shift where you line up. It creates a huge amount of flexibility, and it's very, very good for defensive audibles. So I think it's great. I really do. It creates a situation where a 2-minute offense can't take advantage of personnel packages. So you just throw your most versatile players out there at the beginning of the 2-minute drill, because you know it's going to be fast, fast, fast down the field. The Patriots. And they actually picked. They didn't trade down. Kyle Duggar. Oh, I was hoping he was going to fall. So, Kyle Duggar, D2, D3 school, D2. So, yeah, Kyle Duggar is a fantastic potential talent. If you've watched him on film, he is the best player on either team when he's on the field every time he's on the field. It's because he plays in Division II. So it's difficult to gauge him against the competition. But if you take his film at face value, goddamn, he is special. Okay, he's fast, he's tall, he makes plays on the ball, he's dangerous with the ball in his hands. So he was used as a return man. And you see him when he picks the ball off also go into those just punt return sort of drills. Like, he can take it to the house anytime he gets his hands on the ball. So this is a dangerous, dangerous weapon for a very good defensive mind. But considering they have both of the McCourtys in that defensive secondary, I'm not sure how frequently he's going to be used. You know, you got Kyle Van Noy, who's one of those positionless safety linebacker types that they just lost. So, yeah, I can see where there could be some need there. They definitely prioritize coverage over safety in New England. That's what Belichick's calling card on defense has been his entire career, outside of his coaching for the Giants, Lawrence Taylor years. Coverage over pass rush, sorry. So the Panthers are on the clock. Pick is in, and they got Yetur Gross-Matos. So Yetur Gross-Matos is a great pass rush option. Out of Penn State, you just see him flying to the ball. He's very good against the run and the pass. He's big. He's 6'3". He's an old school built defensive end. He's not one of these smaller, wiry guys that just speed demons his way around the corner. No, he's a big bodied guy. He can bull rush. He can bend around the edge. So he's got both parts of his game. So yeah, I think that's really, really good for the Panthers. So now the Dolphins are picking at 39. And they're already pretty well stacked. They got Tua Tagovailoa and Austin Jackson in the first round. And who was the other first round pick that they had? I think they traded down. Yeah, Miami traded down. And they ended up staying in the first, and they ended up getting, who the fuck was it? Noah Igbinoghene. That's what it was. Corner, Noah Igbinoghene. So they've addressed some positions that they really need. But the Dolphins have a lot of needs. So they can go safety here. They can go defensive end, edge rusher. They can go interior offensive line. They gave away so much of their talent last year through trades to accumulate these draft picks that they created a lot of holes, and they already had a lot of holes considering they were a bad team before that. So let's see what Miami does. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Panthers have done things right. I'm really happy with what the Panthers are doing here. Yetur Gross-Matos, they pair that with already selecting Derek Brown in the first round. Now they're taking that dynamic offense they have with Run CMC as, well, he's just an everything player, 1,000 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing. DJ and Robbie Anderson on the outside are going to create a good passing game for Teddy Bridgewater. So, addressing this defensive front, now they just need a linebacker to replace what they had in Luke Kuechly retiring, and I think this will be a highly successful draft addressing the defensive front. So Matt Rhule, whatever the fuck his name is, the former Baylor coach that they hired, is starting his career with the Panthers off on the best foot he could have. They weren't going to get one of the top quarterbacks in this draft, and they kind of knew that. So they went out and they got the best quarterback in free agency and Teddy Bridgewater, and they're ready to roll. So they're going with an experienced quarterback, whereas he's not necessarily going to have a familiarity with the offensive sets that they're running. He's an experienced quarterback. It's going to be easier for him to address these needs, to acclimate to this offense than it is going to be for a rookie. All right. So the Dolphins pick has been in for a solid 5 minutes, but, we're watching stupid insurance ads with life coaches instead. God, I hate commercials. I hate them so much. All right. So, recap. Dolphins drafted Tagovailoa. They drafted Austin Jackson, who a lot of people, including myself, thought was drafted higher than he should have been. And they drafted Noah Igbinoghene. I liked Igbinoghene, actually. I thought he was valued well at that position. I personally would have preferred Jalen Johnson, who's still available. But that is more of a preference thing than he's clearly an inferior talent thing. So I think they've done extremely well in this draft so far. They've got a lot of picks still to go. And With the trade down that they executed at the end of the first round there, they've got even more to work with. So I would like to see them go to like an edge rusher. You've got players like Aquara out of Notre Dame is available. Zach Bond, as previously mentioned, is available. And Etor Gross-Matos just went finally, but you got Curtis Weaver still from Boise. And all of those guys would be scheme fits, really. Because a lot of colleges are going to more 3-4 sets where you're seeing the edge rusher also drop into coverage very frequently. And yeah, that's kind of the defense that you're getting out of Flores. Coming from the New England system, he's very much a 3-4, drop your rushers into coverage periodically kind of guy. So I really do like the idea of Zach Bond. All of Grant Delpit's family members have Grant Delpit shirts on right now. All of them. That's a level of ego that I'm glad I never reached. How the fuck are you going to wear a shirt with your own fucking name on the chest? What are you, fucking Superman? And even then, fuck that guy. Seriously. Pious motherfucker. Pick has been in forever. I don't need to see footage of Brian Flores and Chris Grier. I don't. All right? I know who's running the front office in Miami. Okay, just tell me who the fuck they picked. All right, at number 39, they picked up Robert Hunt, Louisiana guard. So, yeah, interior offensive line they've addressed. He doesn't allow anybody to get near his quarterback. He plays guard, so he's not as valuable as a tackle, but this is generally where you start to see the interior offensive line go. So, yeah, he's a big boy, and he just does not let people get to his QB. Man, that is a goofy smile, though. Hopefully he grows into his face. But, he's still in his early 20s, so he's got some refining to do. Men don't actually look like fucking adults until they're like 30 anyway. So, we'll see what he ends up at. But, man, that is a goofy looking dude. He just... But, yeah, he's big. He's physical. He can very effectively seal off in run blocking. And as stated, he just does not let people near his quarterback at all. Okay? They're putting a spot, like in the past couple of years, he's only allowed 5 quarterback pressures. And this is a guy that's played guard and tackle, multiple guard positions, multiple tackle positions. So they're just going to fit him in on the offensive line where he's best. So they might have actually drafted both outside tackles in Austin Jackson and Robert Hunt. So, yeah, I think that this is going to be a boon for them. But, yeah, they got Tua. They've got a couple of offensive linemen, and they've got a defensive back. And in free agency, they addressed some defensive front 7 positions, and they addressed the running back position. So I think Miami's having a very effective offseason, which is, of course, bad for me as a Bills fan. But, good for them. Flores and Grier are running that franchise the way it should have been run for years. Oh, stupid Texans. God, Houston fans have got to be livid with that man. 40th overall pick. Houston picks up Ross Blacklock. They have needed some help for J.J. Watt for a long time on that defensive front. So Ross Blacklock in the front, man. That's going to be a good defensive line, assuming J.J. Watt stays healthy. Blacklock can just eat up blockers. Like, he's going to be addressing 2 blockers on almost every play, and that's going to free up J.J. Watt. So he's strong, and he can handle blockers extremely well, but he's not exactly the best pass rusher. He's more of a run stuffer. He's got a good burst off the line, but there's no real pass rush moves to speak of. He's a pure bull rusher and run stuffer. So, yeah, he's going to work out, and he's going to pay dividends for that defense. It's not necessarily something that you're going to see immediately as impact plays all the damn time, though. Yeah. He's going to be very, very effective for this defense. They just, still need offensive line help. Oh, man, I hope for your sake down in Houston that you guys actually find a way to sign Laramie Tunsil to a long tenured contract. All right, Colts pick is in at number 41. And, yeah, having a couple of picks early in the second round, that kind of makes up for not having a first-round pick. I think it's hilarious that Cole Kmet is listed in best available of anything. Cole Kmet there are players like him drafted in the 5th round every fucking year. He is nothing special at the tight end position. The high end of Cole Kmet is probably Kyle Rudolph. A guy that can high point the ball in the end zone, and that's really all you use him for. Everything else, he's your average blocking tight end that might run a good route here and there. But the Colts have already picked Michael Pittman Jr. at wide receiver. Let's see if they go defense. Defensive back or safety could be a pick for them here. Antoine Winfield Jr. would be fun. Jonathan Taylor, really running back. Man, they've already got Marlon Mack. They don't really have a need for that, but Jonathan Taylor's a dynamite running back. I think, actually, he's my favorite running back in this draft class. He's been used a lot. All right, this guy has got 900-plus carries already on him, and you worry about how much tread's left on the tire, but Jonathan Taylor is a fantastic receiver out of the backfield. He's got great feet. He will make people miss in a small space very, very well and very, very frequently. And not to mention, he's one of the fastest running backs in this class. He's a 4.3 guy. All right? So he's faster than DeAndre Swift. He's faster than George Edwards-Helaire, guys that were drafted above him. Again, I think the only knock on him is the amount of use he's gotten on him. So, 900-plus carries. And people, talk about, like, fumbling issues. He's had more carries than everybody else. He's had more opportunities to fumble the ball. If you lay it out on a percentage, he's not fumbling the ball any more frequently than any of the rest of these guys, but he's most certainly carrying the ball more frequently than the rest of these guys. So he'll have more fumbles than all of them. That's just the way it's going to work. He's going to be super fun to watch. And now having this snow shovel of an offensive line in front of him, he's going to be clean coming out of that. So I expect him to do some fucking damage. But, you already had Marlon Mack. So what are you going to do with Mack now? It's going to be a running back by committee situation, or they're going to find a way to move Marlon Mack. Those are the only real solutions there, because I thought Mack was the man, firmly cemented, and they weren't going to address running back, at least not until much later. But this just tells me, Jonathan Taylor is their fucking starter. All right, you do not go high in the second round unless he's going to be the starter. A receiving running back. They've got to see Austin Ekeler capability there because he is a very strong receiver, but he just doesn't line up in receiving sets much. They didn't use him that way, but when they did line him up as a receiver, he was an effective pass catcher, and he would get into the secondary and do some damage. So I think he can do it. He just hasn't been asked to. So the Jaguars are on the board. And they addressed their defense. They've lost a lot on defense, but they picked up K'Lavon Chaisson. They picked up C.J. Henderson. I called the C.J. Henderson pick, by the way, in my mock just prior to the first round. And I think they've still got a lot on defense they need to address. They've lost so much on defense just in the past year. A.J. Bouye, everybody knows Jalen Ramsey, so you got both starting corners gone. You got Calais Campbell gone. And you're going to lose Yannick Ngakoue. He's at odds with the ownership right now. So you have your replacement for Yannick Ngakoue in K'Lavon Chaisson. You have your replacement for one of your corners in C.J. Henderson. You need the other corner position still. You need an interior defensive lineman who can rush the passer to replace Calais Campbell. And you need a receiving target for Gardner Minshew because, you lost one of your better receivers in Allen Robinson to the Bears a few years ago, and you haven't really replaced him because Marquise Lee just got released, and he was supposed to be an effective replacement as a former first-round pick. So still a lot of work to do in Jacksonville. Considering the talent that's on the board, interior defensive line, you can still address. You've got Neville Gallimore. You've got Brandon Matabuke. I like Matabuke. I think he fits the Calais Campbell mold really well. He's much better as an effective pass rusher than Neville Gallimore is. Now, we also have wide receiver depth that makes sense at this position. So there's a lot of players that were taken that a lot of people expected to be here. But there's also, because of that, a lot of players here that nobody expected to be in this position. Denzel Mims, still here. Chase Claypool, still here. Donovan Peoples-Jones, Michael Pittman. No, Pittman's gone. But Donovan Peoples-Jones gone as well. But yeah, no, Mims and Claypool are going to be effective. You got KJ Hamler. That's what I was looking for. KJ Hamler still available. So you can definitely go at a position of need here and have reasonable value that makes sense for this draft position. So there's a lot of different ways the Jaguars could go here. I'm interested to see what they actually do. Pick has been in forever. But instead, I'm staring at a screen with freaking Booger McFarland and Michael Irvin and the douchiest freaking used car salesman haircut that is Mel Kiper Jr. We're looking at shots of Jalen Hurts because, for whatever reason, people thought he was a possible first-round selection. And people think that Jaguars still need to address quarterback. I'm telling you, Gardner Minshew is the man there, and it makes sense for selling jerseys and marketing the team. So going with a different quarterback, considering the success and the instant fan base creation of Gardner Minshew, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I would not go quarterback here. Laviska Shenault, yes. They addressed the wide receiver position, and I love Laviska Shenault. This man, it is dynamic, okay? He touched the ball any way they could give him the ball in Colorado. They had direct snap plays going to him. He was a return man. He was a receiver. He lined up at running back. Just they'd find ways to get him the ball as soon as possible because he would find ways to take it to the house. Once the ball's in his hands, he will make something happen. So he had a bad combine. He had a bad combine because he had an abdominal injury that he had to have surgery for. So you have to analyze his film. You can't just look at the combine numbers. And he was really relying on having a pro day so he could have more time to recover and show that he progressed and produced better numbers at his pro day versus the combine. And people can see, like, hey, look, I'm healing, and you got to look at my film instead of just these workouts. He didn't get that benefit. So Laviska Shenault should have gone as maybe the 5th wide receiver taken in this draft, but he definitely didn't. He dropped a lot because of that bad combine workout, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are reaping the benefit. I'm really enjoying their draft because K'Lavon Chaisson and Laviska Shenault, I like a hell of a lot more than the drafted positions that they were at. Hell of a lot more. And CJ Henderson, he's a good coverage guy. The worry is tackling, but I think the culture that they have in Jacksonville will weed that out and fix that in his game. But we're watching Laviska Shenault highlights right now, and this guy would take direct snaps. And he was quoted as saying that's his favorite play, by the way. He just likes to get the ball in his hands as early as possible and do some damage with it. So I like to see that, and they're going to like seeing that down in Jacksonville. This draft is working out really well for them. And if they can find a way to keep Yannick Ngakoue, or maybe just replace him straight up with like a Jadeveon Clowney, I think that's going to go a long way to making them a more competitive team. Jacksonville Jaguars. Man, I'm looking at David Caldwell's theater room right now, and he's got some nice-looking recliners there. Yeah. So the Bears are on the clock. The pick is in already at pick 43. This is their first selection in the draft. They gave up their first-round pick as part of the Khalil Mack trade. I'm looking at Matt Nagy's walls right now, and he looks like fucking Zodiac killer or something. He's connecting things with pins and shit. It's a little like Seven when they went into the killer's house and you see all the scribblings on the walls. Seems a little sketch there, Matt Nagy. You seem a little psychotic about things, but at least it's something on the walls. It's not like the plain white walls of most of the coaching staffs and fucking front office people that we've seen on these. Oh man, there's another pack of ninjas. All these hospital workers filming a commercial instead of doing their jobs. That's what we needed to see. But hey, go Bears, right? Here. So the Bears, pick number 43 in. They've got some issues. You know, they could easily address running back or quarterback. They need to fix their offensive line. You know, Kyle Long just retired, so that'd probably be a good position to go here, interior offensive line. Cole Kmet, tight end out of Notre Dame. I think this guy is going to be a joke. Yeah. I just think he's more of a workout guy and less of a gamer. Yeah, I don't like Cole Kmet as much as there's a tight end out of Mizzou that the name escapes me. Starts with an O. And I liked him so much fucking more than Cole Kmet when I was watching film. But yeah. So Cole Kmet is the pick. I just don't think it's a useful thing for the Bears right now. I think they could have done more with addressing the interior of the offensive line. But a lot of teams think that you can get a good guard or a good center, third, fourth, fifth round. So I'm not going to totally shit on the Bears until we see exactly what they do with the rest of it. But yeah, I just don't see Cole Kmet as a difference-making tight end as much as other people do at the next level. His film did not inspire so much hope that I think he's going to be the next Rob Gronkowski. Like I said before, I think the high end of what Cole Kmet can be is Kyle Rudolph. He's a high point guy that can block, and he's not going to be making people miss. He's not going to be, Travis Kelce or freaking George Kittle. I know they just lost Trey Burton, so it's like a 1-for-1 replacement. So, yeah, you did lose a tight end, but they've got a lot on the roster right now. So, yeah, having a whole bunch of tight ends, there's a lot of roster turnover that's going to need to happen after the draft because they're not going to keep all those guys on the roster. They might keep like 3. And I think they've got like 8 to 10 on the roster right now. So you definitely don't need that many tight ends. It's quite a luxury pick for a team that had holes and didn't have a first-round pick. So I don't necessarily get it, but we'll see how the rest of their draft plays out so we can see how they address everything. They might have a plan that actually works for them. But I don't see it with that pick. With the Browns picking at 44, their pick is in. They got an offensive tackle, I want to say, at the early part of the draft. Yeah, it was Jedrick Wills. So, considering the Browns filled their biggest need, I would like to see them address safety. They gave up an extremely good safety in the trade to get Odell Beckham Jr., and they never really replaced them with anybody on that level. So I think this is a position where you could see Grant Delpit going. That makes a lot of sense. I too. Yeah. No, I'm not going in there. So sit down. Figure out what you want to do. Obviously, the dog wants some attention. As if she hasn't been getting enough of it with all this quarantining. So the Browns got rid of John Dorsey. I didn't necessarily agree with that. I thought he was doing a very good job building that roster. But they replaced him with the youngest GM in the league. Name escapes me. The guy's only in his 30s, and he's very analytics driven. He came out of the Eagles front office. So interested to see what he does. He picked Jedrick Wills over a couple of other available tackles. He still had the ability to take Tristan Wirfs or Mekhi Becton. Now, Jedrick Wills, I would have taken over Mekhi Becton, but Wills versus Tristan Wirfs is going to be an interesting thing to see them develop. But I would like to see them address safety. I think it makes a lot of sense with their defensive needs. And picking up Grant Delpit makes a hell of a lot of sense. Antoine Winfield Jr. Waiting to see Antoine Winfield Jr. goes. I hope he's still there when the Bills pick in 10 picks. I want to see Antoine Winfield be on a jersey in Buffalo once again. Andrew Berry, that's what the guy's name is for the Browns. All right, so Stefanski and Berry, this is their first crack at an offseason. They both came in just this year. I like their first-round pick in Wills, so let's see what's going on with their second-round pick at number 44. And it's Grant Delpit, just like I was talking about. Yeah, that's a great pick for them. They needed some defensive secondary help. They needed coverage, backing up that Myles Garrett setup, front seven. I think he's going to be taking advantage of the pressure provided by Garrett up front and creating some turnovers. They've already got Greedy Williams there, who was a teammate of his. So I think it's going to be very good for the Browns secondary. Grant Delpit had a bad season last season. He missed so many fucking tackles. It's nuts. All right. The guy missed 20%. So a fifth of the tackles he attempted. He missed a lot of fucking tackles. Okay. But he can cover. And the progression of safeties and defensive backs, their value is not in stopping the play after it happens, stopping it from progressing even further. Their value is stopping the play from happening altogether, separating people from the ball when you hit them at the catch point, deflecting the pass, intercepting the pass. That's their value. And those are the things that Grant Delpit is exceptional at. There's a reason he won the Jim Thorpe Award as the best defensive back over Jeffrey Okudah, who was the number 3 overall pick in this same draft. So Grant Delpit's going to have himself a good career because of his coverage skills. They're going to take the issues of tackling with it because his coverage skills and denying the play from happening in the first place are going to supersede his inability to make a key stop after the play has already been made. So, yeah, I think Delpit is going to have himself a great career. So the Buccaneers are picking, and I think they should go running back here. All right, they got themselves the offensive tackle that they needed. So considering they have their offensive tackle to protect Tom Brady, I like them picking running back here. Cam Akers would be good. Oh, fuck. Antoine Winfield Jr. is gone. So they definitely needed defensive secondary. All right, they needed pass defense. It was the biggest thing for them on defense. Their run defense was extremely, extremely strong. Okay, they just could not stop the pass from opposing teams. And now adding Antoine Winfield Jr. to this mix, they have a ball hawk safety. Okay, this guy finds ways to get his hands on the ball, and he is dangerous with his hands on the ball. They used him as a punt returner. So he's going to create turnovers. He's going to deny the pass very frequently. So you're going to upgrade your defensive secondary immediately with this pick. Antoine Winfield Sr., in his career, was not good at denying the reception. He wasn't good at deflecting passes or intercepting the ball. He was exceptional at tackling. And you have that exceptional tackling with Antoine Winfield Jr. He still has that nasty streak to him that his dad had. He just added the playing on the ball ability that his father never developed. So I see him as an upgraded version of his father, and his father was an extremely, extremely good pro, a regular Pro Bowl player for both Buffalo and Minnesota. So I think Antoine Winfield Jr. is going to step in as an effective pro. He's going to know what he needs to do because of his experience with his father growing up in football locker rooms in the league. And he's going to go on to a team that really needs his talent and is now going to be led by Tom Brady. Yeah, you better watch the fuck out for Tampa this year. They got Tristan Wirfs to guard the blind side, which was a big need for the team. And now they have Antoine Winfield Jr. to address the pass defense, which was a huge need for the team. Both were great value selections for where they were selected. And adding them to the mix of Tom Brady, I mean, there are running backs available that might be there in the third round that you can select there, and they're going to be dangerous. So the Broncos are picking again. KJ Hamler, two wide receivers. They need to block. Okay, holding number 58, Garrett Bowles, happened every other play last season. They need a blindside blocker there like nobody's fucking business. You already had one good wide receiver, and you drafted Jerry Jeudy. So now KJ Hamler as well. They're obviously trying to emulate Kansas City. They see what Kansas City did to them 2 games last season and how they won the Super Bowl. So now they're just going for broke with loading up skill position talent. Now, this is something that John Elway's done in the past. Okay, John Elway identified the strengths of the team that beat his ass in the Super Bowl as a front office guy. He saw what Seattle did to his team in the Super Bowl with their defense, and he decided to go in free agency and build a bully defense by picking up Jimmy Ward, by picking up Aqib Talib, and picking up DeMarcus Ware, and they went out and won a Super Bowl because of it. So all he's doing is looking at who won. Okay, I can do that too. So I guess I see why he's doing it. But you have a defensive-minded coach in Vic Fangio, and you have a fucking terrible offensive line in front of a young quarterback. You need to address protection. So now you have Noah Fant, you have KJ Hamler, you have Jerry Jeudy, and you have Cortland Sutton. You have first and second round draft picks loading up the skill positions. So you would better produce some shit on offense, because that offense was anemic last year. But they got a different offensive coordinator. You know, they got Pat Shurmur, former head coach of the Giants. And the Giants had a wide open offense that would have 3 wide receiver sets on the field almost all the time. So, okay, you need a third receiver. Evan Ingram was used pretty heavily, their tight end. So you already have that tight end in position in Noah Fant. So they're obviously loading up to make sure that their new offensive coordinator has the players that he wants to run the kind of sets that he wants on offense. So I get it. But fuck, you need to block for your second-year quarterback. Drew Lock needs somebody in front of him who can stop an edge rush without holding, because he doesn't fucking have that right now. It's scary to me how teams neglect the offensive line now, because offensive line play is worse than it's been in the past 15, 20 years right now. It's not coached well, and they're not supplying better talent onto these teams. Josh Jones, still available. Falcons picking at number 57. Pick is in. The Falcons had a lot of issues last year created by injury. They addressed corner with A.J. Terrell. I thought he was overdrafted. I think there's still defensive backs on the board right now that are better than A.J. Terrell. So I don't agree with who they drafted. But through the additions that they've had in the offseason as well as the subtractions, they lost the tight end, they gained a tight end. They lost a running back, they gained a running back. They lost defensive ends. They have not added defensive ends. So I'd expect them to go edge rush here. Aquara, Weaver, these guys make sense. Zach Bond makes sense. I could see them adding a more playmaker running back because really they got a running back who's worn out. Okay? An arthritic knee is a big problem for a running back. So he is going to be effective as a veteran who knows what the hell he's doing, but he's not going to be the premier playmaker that he was just a couple of years ago. So I do think running back is a position they still need to address because really they lost two running backs in the past couple of years, both Tevin Coleman and Devontae Freeman gone. Neither one of them is the player that they were, but they haven't replaced both of those guys. So like a Cam Akers makes sense here too. So edge rusher or running back, I would not be surprised with either. It's really funny seeing people read off of cue cards or teleprompters for things that they could have easily recorded or edited 17,000 fucking times before they submitted it. Just, you can't know your lines before you put like a 30-second video together. Come on. So the Atlanta Falcons have just selected Marlon Davidson, defensive end or tackle out of Auburn. He's the name that I was really reaching for earlier today. So he played with Derek Brown on the same line, but Marlon Davidson by himself looked extremely good on film. He was used at end and at tackle, so it actually kind of fills a double need for Atlanta. They can move him along the defensive line because he does have experience with that. So giving Dan Quinn that flexibility will be good. So obviously they're identifying the defense as the problem since both of their early picks have been spent on the defensive side of the ball. With A.J. Terrell and Marlon Davidson, now you have defensive end / tackle and corner both addressed. You need another defensive lineman and a running back, in my mind, in this draft. So they're addressing the right positions. I just don't necessarily think they're addressing it with the right players in the A.J. Terrell circumstance. I really like Marlon Davidson, so I think this is a very solid pick for them. So the Seahawks are on the clock. The pick's actually in. We're at pick 48. I'm very thankful that these things are just going by. The Seahawks are one of those teams that has a very well-built roster. So they're not necessarily desperately needy at any one position, but considering that Jadeveon Clowney still hasn't signed, I would expect them to go edge rusher here because they do have a number of people still available, as previously mentioned, with Curtis Weaver and Julian Aquara. They've also got Josh Uche out there, but I think Uche is probably a little further down in the draft. They picked up Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker at Texas Tech, with their first-round pick. I thought that was kind of a bonehead move because Brooks, in my mind, was a late second-round, early third-round pick. And Patrick Queen was still available when they picked up Brooks. So that's one of those situations where very obviously the front office of Seattle just had a higher opinion of somebody than other people in the country did. And instead of trading down and taking the risk that he'd still be there, they just took him early. Darrell Taylor, defensive end out of Tennessee. Now, Darrell Taylor is a name that's been out there as a defensive end really going up draft boards. So he's got the body type. We're talking of a guy that's almost 270 pounds, at 6'3", 6'4". He's played in 3-man and 4-man fronts, so he's got a lot of defensive flexibility, which is very, very useful for Seattle's system. I didn't necessarily like Taylor over Aquara or Zach Bond, or I thought he was more on par with Josh Uche. So I like him as a player. Don't get me wrong. 5 or 6 picks later, I'd probably say it's perfect, but you're worried about trade values. And this is probably what happened in their first round pick as well. If you trade down, you're worried about other people's opinion on somebody. And if somebody else has a very high opinion of that guy like you do, it's not necessarily worth trading down and risking losing out on the guy. So here we have the Steelers on the clock. Their pick is in. It's their first pick in this draft. They need the quarterback of the future so desperately, it's nuts. They could probably address wide receiver. They've got a solid O-line. With picking up Minkah Fitzpatrick last year, the defensive secondary is one of the better ones in the league, but they could probably still use another defensive back. DB, wide receiver, I could see happening. They need a future QB, but all the ones that would be valuable for that are probably off the board. A lot of people are probably going to be clamoring for Jalen Hurts here. And I do think he's actually a very good fit to learn behind Ben Roethlisberger for a year or two before he goes in. But yeah, I'd like to see wide receiver here or defensive back. Oh, some of these commercials, just fucking ridiculous, and they're getting slowly creepier. Like they're making all sorts of references to all sorts of levels of infrastructure creating surveillance, and I just think it's odd that we're being bombarded with media in the form of commercials and television shows and movies that's slowly making society just okay with the number of cameras and recording devices that are surrounding us in our daily lives. It's just a bit creepy to me. But here I am looking at a webcam. So, I've got a camera staring at my face right now. And there's another one between my legs. Hey, cell phone. So, yeah. And considering this thing's always listening to you, who's to say it's not always watching you too? Hi, how you doing? The infrared thing, you turn the lights off, and you have those iPhones that have the face scan technology, and there's always the light emitting out of them, and that's the thing where people point to and say, it's always recording you. Well, it kind of always is. All right? It's always listening for you to make commands. So if you turn those features on, it's your own fucking fault. But anyways, here, the Steelers pick is in, and man, would it be ridiculous to see Ben Roethlisberger throwing to Juju on one side and Denzel Mims on the other side. I think that offense would be fucking scary to go against in that situation. But yeah, I think quarterback of the future is something they need to address and should address while they still have Ben Roethlisberger instead of waiting until he retires because he's getting hurt more frequently. And last year, the reason you missed the playoffs was bad quarterback play. The rest of the team was tailor fucking made for a deep playoff run. Chase Claypool, wide receiver out of Notre Dame. Like I've said, this guy is a dynamic talent. Okay, we're talking a 6'4", 4'3" running physical talent at wide receiver. I think he is better than half of the wide receivers that were drafted in front of him. I'm really excited to see him in the league. I am super excited to see him across from Juju Smith-Schuster. All right, so you're going to have single coverage on a guy who runs extremely well. It can be very physical at the catch point and will be able to dominate one-on-one matchups with almost any defensive back in the league. He's just too fucking big for these guys to deal with. All right? He is the model wide receiver. So, I mean, he's Canadian, so he's a little too nice, but we'll afford him that because he puts touchdowns on the board. Okay? I'm going to really enjoy watching this for Pittsburgh. I think it's a fantastic pick for their offense, and Roethlisberger coming back to a shiny new toy like that, that's got to make him very happy. And this is just another thing that's going to make Aaron Rodgers pissed because he's looking at another aging veteran quarterback in the league, not have his replacement drafted, and instead have a good skill position player handed to him. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, more pissed. And he's just going to be using the Saints and the Steelers as an example of teams with the aging Hall of Fame quarterbacks who made a run now, invested in winning now instead of the future QB. So now the Bears are back on the clock. Having multiple second-round picks really does soften the blow of not having the first-round picks. I still think they need to address interior offensive line. So let's see what they do. I can't complain about that. Jalen Johnson is a better defensive back than at least 3 of the DBs that were drafted in front of him, probably more. All right, so he's got a torn labrum, making his film look not so good for fluid motion last year. Okay? He played with that injury all year, and he was still a tough as nails player. This guy is a tackling machine, but he's also very good in coverage. Okay? He sets quarterbacks up with his pre-snap alignment, forcing them into the decision he wants them to make so he can make a good play on the ball. He does it all the fucking time. So those good instincts and good just raw talent that he's applying to the position, he's going to be an immediate playmaker, and he's going to be able to really make a difference for a defense that already has some pretty good talent. So I don't like that they haven't addressed offensive line yet. I think Cole Kmet's a bit of a joke, but I really do like Jalen Johnson. I think he's a good fit for this team with the kind of just nasty that he brings to his game. So as far as defensive identity, I think he matches really well. And the kind of coverage skills he's applying to it will make pass rushing easier for Khalil Mack. Hmm. So the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, and the pick is in. Picking at number 51. Now, they already picked up CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver. They still have need at corner and edge rush. At corner, we still have Christian Fulton available, who I thought would have been a good pick for them in the first round. But he's still hanging out. The LSU corner has no real holes in his game. He's a solid tackler. He's good in coverage. And he played that coverage at a very high level against some of the best competition in the country. LSU played against the toughest schedule that you can imagine for a championship team. So Christian Fulton was going up against some of the best wide receivers that you were going to see. He wasn't going up against his own, but he was in practice every damn day. So, yeah, I think Christian Fulton makes a hell of a lot of sense for a Cowboys team that just lost Byron Jones in free agency. But, man, creating the offense that they have with CeeDee Lamb added to that Amari Cooper-led receiving corps, I just think that Mike McCarthy's offense is going to put a lot of pressure on teams to keep up. So, yeah, I think Christian Fulton is a sensible pick. They could also go edge rusher. Going with an edge rusher because, again, Aquara still available. And Zach Bond, oddly, still available. I like how this draft is unfolding for my Bills. They're only 3 picks away. And with those names I'm saying are, hey, this guy is still available. And hey, this guy is still available. That just means there's more people that I'd be elated to see on my team still there. So here I was thinking like Jeremy Chin. But now I'm thinking, fuck, Denzel Mims. Fuck it. Go for broke. But yeah, Julian Aquara, edge rusher out of Notre Dame, him being available still is really amazing to me. Curtis Weaver out of Boise is another guy who's, I'm not necessarily amazed that he's still available, but he's good value at this position. So any team that needs an edge rusher, either one of those guys would be good. If you're a 3-4 defense, Zach Bond makes sense. But I can understand passing him up for one of those other guys if you're just looking for somebody who's going to be a little bit bigger and provide a little more physicality at the point of attack in the run game. Pick's been in forever. Still watching the stupid commercials. Football players talking about their appreciation. I don't want to think about this COVID-19 shit. All right? I'm watching the draft for escapism because I want sports to be back already. Oh, I'm surprised that Justin Madubuike is still available. They're showing a graphic here with Dobbin, Zach Bond, Denzel Mims, Josh Jones, Justin Madubuike, all people that honestly I would have assumed would have been gone by now. So I'm excited. I really am. With the Bills picking at 54, they're just a few picks away from and all of these guys still being available. And AJ Epinesa, fuck, I forgot that guy's still available. So this is another example of how a bad combine can really just drop you in value. AJ Epinesa, people were talking about being a top 10 pick just about a year and a half ago. And he has a terrible combine workout. Never got a chance for a pro day to make up for it, to show people like, hey, look, everybody can have a bad workout, but this is what I can really do. So now he's dropped into the second round, and I think he's going to be an immediate impact player. Trayvon Diggs. Okay. I would have gone Fulton, but Trayvon Diggs useful. I mean, Alabama corner, he attacks the ball well. So a lot of times he'll go for the turnover rather than the deflected pass and or wrapping up the tackle at the point of the catch. So that risk reward factor that you have there can bite him now and again. He's another guy that would have been nice to see on the Bills because he's the brother of Stephon Diggs, the receiver that the Bills just traded for. But yeah, Trayvon Diggs, he's going to be a solid NFL player. He's not going to be Byron Jones, but you don't need him to be Byron Jones, okay? You just need him to be a solid starter, which he definitely has the talent to be. Having played at Alabama, he played against top competition, and he played in a defense run by Nick Saban that continually produces ready-made NFL talent. He knows how to practice like an NFL player. He knows how to put the grind effort in. Because Saban is a hard ass. So he's going to a coaching staff that's definitely not as hard-nosed as the one he's leaving. So that's always a little bit of a worry with Alabama products. Like, you're leaving a disciplinarian and you're going to a more of a lax coach in Mike McCarthy. Is he going to take advantage of that in the way that maybe he's going out all night and having all sorts of parties and drinking his face off? You never know. But I like Trayvon Diggs. He's got NFL talent in his blood, obviously, with his brother already being in the league. And he's played at a big-time program for a number of years. He knows what it's like. He knows what he's going to need to do in the league. So I'm very interested. Very, very interested. So we got the Rams on the clock. Pick is in. This is their first pick. They need receiver talent. They need defensive edge rusher. So a wide receiver, a running back, or a defensive edge rusher makes a hell of a lot of sense to me right now. Cam Akers, running back. I love Cam Akers as a running back. So they lose Gurley. They're getting Cam Akers. So Cam Akers, he's a make something out of nothing kind of guy because he's had a terrible offensive line in front of him for a long time. Now, he's going to an average offensive line, so not a huge boost, but a huge boost for him, okay? He's great. He has great speed. He's got good hands. He's been a receiver out of the backfield, very effective one. He can lower the shoulder on people, but he's not a huge guy. But I would expect a lot of big, good things out of Cam Akers. Playing with that terrible offensive line, he's actually developed as an extremely good pass blocker as a running back, much, much, much better than players like George Edwards-Helaire or DeAndre Swift. So I think he's going to be on a third down package very easily. They might use him as just an every down workhorse. He does not have a hell of a lot of usage in college, so there's plenty of tread left on the tire. And he doesn't have an arthritic knee like Todd Gurley did. So he's going to be an immediate impact for this team, which has a run-centric Shanahan-style West Coast offense that they run. I mean, everybody thinks McVay is some sort of clairvoyant play caller. But no, he's a very good leader, and he's running a system that's been proven to work in the NFL time in and time out. It's people talk about it being outdated or whatever. It's not all the rage, but seriously, the Shanahan West Coast offense, it's running back centric. There's zone blocking. Sure, everybody knows what's coming, but it fucking works. Eagles are picking at 53 right now. Jalen Hurts? Are you kidding me? Carson Wentz now has Jalen Hurts backing him up. Ooh. I'd be kind of pissed if I was Jalen Hurts. I would, because nobody thinks Carson Wentz is going anywhere anytime soon. Nobody. So he's not going into a position where he really has a legitimate chance to end up being a starter. That kind of makes sense because, well, nobody really thinks he's going to be a starter. Everybody thinks he's just going to be a highly effective backup quarterback. And that's likely. But a second-round pick for your backup quarterback just tells me the Eagles have no faith in Carson Wentz being able to stay healthy all year. Because that's his issue, really, is his health. It's not his talent. Carson Wentz is one of the most talented quarterbacks we have in this league. He's got a live arm. He's very accurate. And actually, he was healthy this past season. But, yeah, if you have no faith in your quarterback's health, which very obviously the Eagles don't, considering when they won their Super Bowls with Nick Foles at the helm, backup quarterback's an extremely important position. But I'm really intrigued to see the dynamic in that quarterback room now, because Carson Wentz cannot be happy with a second-round pick being used on a guy that plays his position. Okay, that shows it shows a lack of faith in him. Now, I understand that lack of faith because, again, he's injury-prone, but giving him some better protection, replacing Jason Peters on the offensive line would have been better here. Again, Josh Jones, still available at tackle. But my Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and I'm super excited. I hope they go for an edge rusher because, they've got an expiring contract, an expensive dude in Trent Murphy who hasn't necessarily lived up to his contract. They have Jerry Hughes, who's getting older. So replacing those guys with a guy who can develop in a rotational role with them this year would work out really well. They need a defensive back that's a legitimate starter on the opposite side of Tre'Davious White. Trey White is phenomenal. So having his former LSU teammate and Christian Fulton available is intriguing to me. So Christian Fulton makes sense. But again, edge rusher, like a Julian Okwara, I love the idea of Zach Bond here because Zach Bond could be an edge rusher in obvious passing downs, play down on the line, and he can be a linebacker in multiple linebacker sets, which is another position that they don't necessarily have great depth in. So I love the idea of Zach Bond here. He would fit in at the role that they're losing with Lorenzo Alexander, because that's really what Lorenzo Alexander did. He played at the edge. He played at linebacker. He played a lot of special teams, important positions. Like, he was very much a do-everything guy for their defense and their special teams. He just did anything the team needed him to do. And, the fan base just loved him for that, but he's retired now. So I see a lot of Lorenzo Alexander's game in Zach Bond, because he can cover, he can rush the edge, he can stop the run, he can do everything. He's just not a gigantic defensive lineman. He's 6'2", 240. So, yeah, I'd love to see Zach Bond coming to the Bills right here with this pick. Come on, Zach Bond. I wouldn't be surprised at a running back pick here, but I like edge rusher or defensive back. AJ Epinesa is still there too. That guy's a monster. So yeah, this is Buffalo's first pick in the draft this year. They traded their first round pick to Minnesota for Stefon Diggs. And I'm happy with that because wide receiver takes some time to acclimate in the NFL. And I'd rather have a receiver that's going to be ready to go right away. Woo! AJ Epinesa falls all the way to the Bills at 54. He's going to fit in well here. He had a bad combine, and the Bills have benefited from that. All right, this guy is a beast on the defensive line. He is a monster. His playing strength is very great. So he just bull rushes people back into the quarterback, and it's extremely effective. He's great against the run and the pass. He's a big boy. He's 6'4", 270. So playing at the defensive end position, he also has the ability to play on the interior of the defensive line. He was used in that way in passing downs. So in run downs, you throw him at end. On passing downs, you move him into the interior of the defensive line. As a rusher, this is going to be nasty. Oh, it's going to be nasty. I'm sorry, 6'5", not 6'4". I'm going to enjoy this. Going to enjoy the hell out of this. He's not a speed rusher. Shut up, Booger. I freaking hate Booger McFarland. He's always spouting off obvious stuff or saying things that are entirely irrelevant to a player's game. Look at the punch he's got in the chest of these offensive linemen. He's just manhandling those guys and pushing them straight into their own quarterback. This is what I saw in all the film, and this is why I thought he was a deserving first-round pick. He only fell this far because of his combine. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Front offices that have a heavy investment from the ownership that were able to scout people earlier in the process than other less funded front offices are going to have an advantage because they've produced these relationships and they know what they need to know about these players before the normal off-season program of pro days and all the interviews and personal workouts that you can bring these guys in for. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm texting a friend from Buffalo here because I have I called the Epinesa pick from the Bills as a potential first-round pick months ago. In my first conversation with him about the draft, because he knows that I do this YouTube stuff, and he was leery about it. But I am just texting him to rub that in real quick. All right, so I'm excited. I'm extremely happy with the Epinesa pick. Edge rusher does, I mean, that's a need position for the Bills. Like I said, they have a couple of aging edge rushers and old, overrated contracts. So this does say to me that Trent Murphy might be on his way out. But that's not necessarily how Buffalo runs things. They really like having their locker room situated, and Trent Murphy is very good for the locker room. So they have the financial means to keep his contract on the team and just let him go in the offseason next year. I would assume that Epinesa steps into a rotational role and they just let Trent Murphy go next year and give Epinesa a bigger role. So the past 2 years, they've addressed defensive line in this manner. Get a guy who's going to be in a rotational role at first and then step into a more major role later on. Ed Oliver didn't have a lot on his shoulders last year because he was on a defensive line that also had Shaq Lawson and, Jordan Phillips. Well, they let Jordan Phillips go. They let Shaq Lawson go. So now Ed Oliver's got to step into a bigger role. And, they have Harrison Phillips on the defensive front as well, who was injured last season. So he's going to be coming up and stepping up into the role that he should have last year. So this defensive line is going to be kind of nasty. So Dobbins finally off the board. Man, the Ravens getting another talented running back in that backfield. This guy carried the load for the Buckeyes. He's got great feet. He can make people miss in a small amount of space, very similar to how I felt about Jonathan Taylor. He has been an effective receiver out of the backfield. He's really, really good. So I like this pick for this team. They're run centric, and he's more of a receiver than Mark Ingram is. So you're going to be able to have both of those guys on the field at the same time. And with Lamar Jackson, that is just a dynamic backfield. And who the fuck is getting the ball? It's going to create a lot of doubt in the minds of linebackers and safeties coming up to stop the run, depending on how you design the play. So I'm happy with this for the Ravens. I think they're a pretty well stacked team. They didn't necessarily have any glaring needs. They could have gone interior offensive line. But yeah, Dobbins is going to make this offense more dynamic than it already is. Oh, man. Just letting my buddy here know that I'm live, and I'll have to hit him up a little later. I just wanted to talk some shit to him and then get back. I'm really enjoying this draft in general. I think a lot of teams have gotten effective talent at positions of need. There's only a handful of teams that I feel have screwed the pooch on anything. Looking at you, Atlanta. But yeah, I think with Miami on the board now at 56, they've addressed a lot of positions of need already. They could use rotational depth on the defensive line. And there's so many defensive linemen that are available that I think will be effective in that rotation with what they've already added in free agency. So I think Julian Okwara, Zach Bond, again, being available that you could go after those guys and they'd be a good fit. I think Zach Bond is the perfect Belichickian edge. So that would make a lot of sense here. Raekwon Davis, really? Defensive tackle over edge rusher. Okay, that's fine. Raekwon Davis did not play as big as he was. All right, so you got a guy who's almost 6'7", 300 plus pounds, and you had guards standing him up a little more frequently than you would like. So I'm not necessarily as up on him as I was on other tackles, but all those other tackles win already. I actually no. I think Madubuike I probably would have taken over Raekwon Davis, but I do like Raekwon Davis. Don't get me wrong; he's talented. He's got a lot of ability. He was just not as consistent and not as hard a worker as I would have liked to have seen out of him. So I'm super fucking excited for this. Yeah, there's still players available that I thought would have gone much higher in the second round or even in the bottom of the first. Where the hell is Denzel Mims or Zach Bond going to go? Because both of them should have been off the board by now. Both of them. Madubuike, too. So I love the idea of teams that have a lot of later round picks putting packages together to get higher in the third round or back into the back end of the second round here to pick up one of these guys. Because I don't see much reason for Zach Bond or Denzel Mims still being on the board. Mims was well on his way to creating the portfolio to show that he could be a first-round pick. And I think the workout process being truncated like it was really took a lot away from his ability to be drafted higher. Yeah. I'm the Rams pick is in. They need offensive line. They need edge. I think they still need wide receiver. So a dynamic receiver like a Mims going to them would be dangerous. They've already addressed running back. So, they're not going there again. Cam Akers, I think, is going to be very effective for them. But let's see where they go. If they get an edge rusher to actually help Aaron Donald do what the hell he's supposed to do. So, how do we think the Rams have done so far? Personally, I think the Rams front office really sold themselves down the river with all of the moves that gave away all their first-round picks. I know that they were investing for a Super Bowl run. and that's kind of what most teams do when they're in a Super Bowl run. They lease their future so they can invest in the now. But this is really hurting them now, and they've got a lot of contracts coming up that are going to screw them over. Getting rid of Todd Gurley did help their financial situation, but not enough. You know, they're going to need a contract for Jalen Ramsey, and they just paid Aaron Donald. Well, now they can't replace those guys with top-end draft picks because they already gave away all their first-round draft picks. So I don't like what the Rams have done to themselves. They need to address offensive line in the worst way. They still need an edge rusher. Either one of those things need to happen. So why the hell are we looking at quarterbacks that aren't going to go until the 4th or 5th round? This is nuts. I don't care about Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm. These guys are fucking jokes. They're not going to be high-end pro quarterbacks. Okay, they're going to be bench players. It's like people watching themselves on the Jumbotron. This is the stupidest freaking thing. Like they know where the camera is in their house, right? Like you're going to stare at the television because you're on TV instead of looking at the camera, waving, acknowledging, break the fourth wall a little. Come on now. So the Rams are, they got Sean McVay talking to their prospect on the phone right now. So I'm interested to see where they go with this pick. Again, offensive line, edge rush, but they got a lot of needs, and they got contractual hell coming up. Van Jefferson. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, Van Jefferson? I've still got 5 wide receivers on the board ahead of this dude. All right, whatever. So never mind. I talked about the Rams having terrible contract hell going on. I honestly am starting to think that Les Snead does not know what the fuck he's doing because he's only addressing skill position, and there's bigger needs at the offensive and defensive line than what they had at wide receiver. They could have gone wide receiver here if they got a better one. Van Jefferson, oh God, again, 5 or 6 wide receivers better than him still available right now. So I'm disappointed with that pick. They're giving him all sorts of credit right now as a route runner, and he's not a Jerry Jeudy, okay? They did not run the full route tree at Florida. Florida does not have as advanced an offense as they have had in other programs. So talking about a strong route runner from somebody who did not play at a program that ran the whole route tree is dumb. All right. The guy only ran maybe 5 or 6 pro routes. You don't have to do combination routes. You don't have to do any check with me kind of stuff. The read and react sort of play of a wide receiver in today's NFL did not exist in Van Jefferson's game. Florida did not employ the kind of route trees that you need in the pro game. Alabama did. So talking about route running for Jerry Jeudy makes a hell of a lot of sense. Talking about route running for Van Jefferson is just jerking the guy off. So they made a bad pick. So the Vikings are addressing their offensive line. They're still not addressing the edge rush, which I feel they should have. But here at 58, they're picking Ezra Cleveland, tackle out of Boise State. Now, this is a big guy. He's a good tackle. He was flying up draft boards. A lot of people thought he was going to go in the top end of the second round. So I understand it. I really do get it. But Boise State tackles make it to the league. They really do. But I think that Ezra Cleveland is not fitting necessarily the need that they should have addressed at this point. We'll see what they get in the third round. If they can find an edge rusher that will be effective at that position, there's still a number of rushers available. So I'll give them that. They could still use another defensive back, too. So they are addressing positions of need almost exclusively. So I'll give them that credit. I don't necessarily agree with the people that they're getting at those positions. But they, again, are addressing need positions. So they're doing a little bit better than some of the other teams. The Jets on the clock. They addressed offensive tackle. They still need more offensive linemen there. So if they go interior offensive line, I would not be surprised. They need a wide receiver for their young quarterback. They let Robbie Anderson go this offseason. So their number one target gone. Getting a new number one target would be a benefit. So the Jets getting my man Denzel Mims wouldn't surprise me here. They picked up Mekhi Becton. I think Mekhi Becton is a great run blocker right now. He's got a lot of technique to learn. He did not get into the tackle position as early as a lot of the other prospects have. I mean, a lot of these tackle prospects have been playing tackle since early in high school, and that wasn't Mekhi Becton's deal. But Becton is an overall athlete. He's good high school basketball player, and he should be able to learn better pass blocking technique than he's been applying to his career thus far. I just think he's more developmental and he's more on the run blocking side. So Sam Darnold might still be running for his life, especially now that the Bills have A.J. Epinesa added into an already powerful defensive front. So, yeah, I think the Jets need a wide receiver here. I do. Or interior offensive line. So the center out of Ohio State makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, I just think Denzel Mims at this point is such a huge value. I don't understand why so many teams are passing up on him because he's still better than probably the past 6 wide receivers that have been selected in my mind. Outside of Chase Claypool. I like the Chase Claypool pick. Jets pick is in, but we got to wait for the league to sell us some BMWs before we can figure it out. Out of the edge rushers and wide receivers available, there's so much out there still. This is a very deep draft for both of those positions. Uche's still out there. Zach Bond's still out there. Doesn't necessarily either one of them fit the Jets system as a perfect fit. But you should be able to make your defense work with a talented player. So I think Mims should be the pick. Well, let's see where they go. Lewis, the edge rusher out of Alabama, still available. He's another guy that's going to be a value pick at this position. I am super freaking excited still as a Bills fan to see Epinesa come to the team with the defensive front we already have. Ed Oliver and company. Yeah, I'm excited. Super, super excited. I like Bowden Jr. Looking at these other receivers that he's beating his chest about on this, I mean, Mims is really the only one that I think is going to be a value add at this position. Oh, the Jets losing record each of the past 4 seasons. Man, I'm happy to see that. The pick's been in. You can go ahead and start reporting who the hell it is any moment now. So Joe Douglas, handpicked GM by Adam Gase after he wrenched control from the previous GM that got him hired there. Very dysfunctional front office last offseason, and it created a bad regular season. So I think it's a little more focused and a little more in line with what Adam Gase wants. Hopefully that produces something for him. But the Jets fans booing Roger Goodell is probably my favorite thing ever. Finally, Denzel Mims goes. I'm sad that he's going to a division rival. Um, Denzel Mims is going to be a freak in this league. Um, he's going to have a developmental curve. Okay. He's a 4'3" guy. He's 6'4". He's very good at the contested catch point. He's gone against really good competition. I said, like, he's lined up against Jeff Gladney, who was a first-round pick. So he's going to be quite good. And I'm expecting him to be a good replacement for Robbie Anderson eventually. But having played at Baylor, he did not run a pro route tree. You're not getting that at this point in the draft. So he's going to have to learn some nuances to his position. But over time, I think he's going to be a solid target for Sam Darnold. And now that Darnold's got an offensive tackle that's protecting his edge, yeah, I think this is a much better constructed draft and overall offseason for the Jets than the one they had last year. So now the Patriots are picking again at number 60. They still need their future quarterback, but again, I think they're going to go with Stidham. I like Zach Bond to them. I really do. I think he fits what New England does extremely, extremely well. Outside linebackers that are good edge rushing talents like Uche and Zach Bond and Aquara, I think are perfect for a Belichick style defense. They're all on the board still. A guy with a hell of a lot of positional flexibility, Jeremy Chin, I would have called here, but they already picked up Kyle Duggar. So I think that nullifies the possibility of Jeremy Chin, but I would see. that this would be more of an edge rusher for them. You know, Jalen Hurts is gone to, oddly enough, the Eagles. So I think it's definitely not a quarterback. But yeah, the edge rushing outside linebacker types that are available right now, I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense to get themselves an edge rusher. This was a trade from the Ravens. We'll see soon what the Ravens got in return. Yep, Uche. Uche is a damn good player. Are all of these players just hanging out at Drew Rosenhaus's place? This is the second time now I've seen Rosenhaus in the room with one of his draft picks. He was in the room for his first round guy, and I forget exactly who that was. But man, ever since the TO days, you haven't seen as much of Rosenhaus as you did back in the day. He was instructing players to hold out for better deals left and right. He became quite a celebrity himself. But he's not like the super agent that is like baseball's Scott Boras, like he was making himself out to be and aiming for, quite obviously. But you know, he's still in the league and still getting plenty of clients. So more power to him. I like Josh Uche as a pass rusher. He's extremely, extremely quick. He has played in coverage just as much as he has played as a pass rusher. He's not as effective in coverage, but because he's an effective pass rusher, he knows very well when to break off his zone coverage or man coverage and just key in on the quarterback. And, you know, that's a fluidity that you like in him. So Kyle Dugger and Josh Uche are both very flexible defensive players, and both of them going to Bill Belichick's defense just makes their defense every bit as dangerous as it ever was. All right, they were one of the best defenses, if not the best defenses in the league last year. So adding Uche and Kyle Dugger, giving Belichick those defensive toys, you know, he doesn't have his quarterback anymore, but his quarterback was 45 freaking years old. So how long were you going to hold on to that guy in the first place? Yeah, I'm mildly upset that Belichick's defense has added this much talent to it already in this draft, just with a couple of second-round picks, because Uche and Dugger are going to be difference makers in this league. They may not be every down dynamic talents, but situationally used by the right defensive mind, and freaking Belichick is very obviously that. They are going to be extremely effective at what they do. So we got the Titans here at 61. They have needs along the offensive front, along the defensive front. I think they've addressed wide receiver okay, but you know, this being a deep wide receiver draft, they could go after a wide out here. They still have a need at corner. You know, they still haven't re-signed their corner in free agency, and they have selected. So, considering Christian Fulton's still available, I think this makes sense for them. But let's see what they go with. Having selected Isaiah Wilson already, they definitely doubled down on their offensive philosophy. Just having that snow shovel of an offensive line in front of a powerhouse running back and bullying people makes a hell of a lot of sense. I think they just need to readdress their defense because losing Casey and I forget the defensive back's name now, but losing a corner and a defensive lineman of the quality that they did, that's some team identity, some team toughness that you're losing there. So Justin Matabuke makes a hell of a lot of sense to me here. And again, a Christian Fulton makes a lot of sense. I like all the memes floating around right now. All these assholes are saying, we're all in this together. No. Stay home. We're all in this together. And you look at their homes and their fucking palaces compared to what the normal person actually lives in. So yeah, tell me we're all in this together when you're sitting in your fucking gated community again, asshole. So anyways, Titans. Tennessee Titans pick is in at 61. Edge rusher, corner. I could see either one going here. Christian Fulton. Finally off the board. I've been calling his name for a while now. Wondering why he was still available. So they referred to LSU as DBU. Okay? This team, this LSU team, seems to produce NFL level defensive backs every single season. So Christian Fulton and Grant Delpit both gone in this draft. Greedy Williams gone last year. Jamal Adams gone a couple of years ago. Freaking Tre'Davious White gone a couple of years ago. They just keep on pumping NFL talent out of that defensive secondary. Whoever the hell is coaching that defensive secondary down in LSU needs a raise for every one of these guys that gets drafted in the first 2 rounds because he is doing really well for the NFL. Really, really well. All right, so pick number 62, Green Bay. The Jordan Love pick still looms large. Man, I as Aaron Rodgers, I would be pissed about the Jordan Love pick. So they better get some skill position players for him. All right, do something for your quarterback that makes him want to stay on the fucking team and doesn't make him piss the fuck off. Adam Troutman at tight end. He's available. Makes a bit of sense. But, yeah, wide receiver still. There's so much talent in this draft at wide receiver. It makes a lot of sense. But all the guys remaining are all small school guys that may not have had the scouting opportunity that a lot of the bigger schools have. So I'm interested to see this. They need an offensive tackle still. You know, they picked up Wagner, but I don't think he's a direct replacement for Brian Bulaga necessarily. So getting Josh Jones would make a lot of sense. Giving Aaron Rodgers some better protection. Jones is still available. So let's see what the heck happens here with Brian, the German Titty Bar Gutekunst, selecting another player. They could use a wideout. They could use a tight end. They could use an offensive line. Pretty much the entire offense outside of running back and quarterback. Oh, look at these cheeseheads going nuts. A.J. Dillon, running back out of Boston College. Interesting. So he's one of the running backs that I looked at for my top 5 running back breakdown. I didn't include A.J. Dillon in the top 5 running backs that I so there's still at least one running back available that I viewed as better than A.J. Dillon. He's a 4-5 guy. There are 4-4 and 4-3 runners still out there. But he's got a complete game. He can lower his shoulder. He can make people miss. He's a bigger guy. All right. He's not one of these 5'8" scat backs. Okay. He's a 6 foot tall, 250-pound punishing back. But Boston College used him a lot. Okay. He was their entire fucking offense. So there's a lot of wear and tear on that guy. So having him in a backfield split with Aaron Jones makes some sense for him because that will extend his career. He's not going to be able to just carry the load and take 20 carries a game and keep a solid career in the league. He's going to wear out faster unless he's in a split. So being with Aaron Jones really does help him for his career. And now we're waiting on the Chiefs. They picked George Edwards-Helaire, who was another guy who I did not have on my top 5 running backs list, by the way. I'm interested to see what the Chiefs do now because, seriously, when you're the Super Bowl winning franchise and you've got $38.50 in cap space, you are definitely drafting immediate replacements for players that you are going to cut loose. So they're obviously going to cut somebody in the running back room because they did not have strong running back play already, and they drafted George Edwards-Helaire. So now this guy that they draft is probably also going to result in a cut. So I would assume offensive skill positions because that just happens to be what the Chiefs usually go for. They don't necessarily have the need, but fuck it, right? Just throw more at your strength. So a defensive back would make a lot of sense. An edge rusher would make a lot of sense. A defensive tackle would make a lot of sense for the Chiefs. Any defense, really, any layer of their defense makes sense. But they're not a defensive-minded team. They're not a defensive-minded front office or coaching staff. Andy Reid's got another horrible-looking fucking Hawaiian shirt on. Yesterday it was blue. Now it's white. I just... Good God, that's fucking atrocious. But hey... Andy Reid won the Super Bowl. He can wear whatever ugly fucking shirt he wants to wear, right? Not a huge deal keeping him in the fashion world anyway. So I'm not necessarily taking fashion tips from him. So I should probably talk less shit about what he wears and talk more about his football mind because this guy's a goddamn genius. Seriously. He is the best offensive coach of his generation. He is to offense for this generation of coaches what Belichick is to defense for this generation of coaches. So, and he proved it by winning the Super Bowl with the most dynamic and fastest offense in the league. Oh, come on. Get some defense for this team. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Cam Dantzler. Dantzler is really underrated, I think. He didn't run well at the combine, but he's got some talent. Interior offensive line they're showing is making a lot of sense for them to draft, and it does make sense. I mean, Seriously, the center out of Ohio State or the tackle Josh Jones. Either one makes a hell of a lot of sense for them. Pick 63. Again, with how little cap space they have in Kansas City, and seriously, it's fucking peanuts. At one point, I had more in my average paycheck than they had in total cap space this year. And this is a team that, can spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year on their team. So it's crazy. Linebacker Willie Gay. I was wondering where he was going to go. He is one of the better linebackers in this draft. I like him, but linebacker is a very underrated position. Off-field issues really drove him down the draft board. So Mississippi State had a lot of off-field issues. They are a program that has a lot of fucking questions surrounding them. So that is nothing that the Chiefs shy away from, though. If you know anything about what's going on with Tyreek Hill or what happened with Kareem Hunt, this is a franchise that routinely drafts domestic abusers. So they're not really worried about off-field issues. They're worried about player talent. That's it. So we know who the Chiefs are. They're still drafting people that have these kinds of red flags. So, but talent. All right. He gets to the point of attack extremely well. He's a solid tackler. He's a good blitzer. Not necessarily a coverage central linebacker, but he can cover. More of an in-the-box, stop the run, get after the passer kind of guy. But he is effective in coverage as well. Again, he would have been drafted higher, for certain. But having an 8-game suspension out of Mississippi State really hampered his most recent year in college. And that's why he's this far down the draft board. Jeremy Chinn, still available. Devin Duvernay, still available. Neville Gallimore, still available. A lot of really talented players still available on the board here. So we got the Panthers up, and they've really addressed that defensive front. They did really well addressing the defense so far for the Panthers. Derek Brown's going to be an absolute monster for that team. Would have been a monster for any fucking team. I think Jeremy Chinn makes a lot of sense to the Panthers. A relatively positionless player, Jeremy Chinn, can play safety and linebacker. So fills a couple of team needs for them. And really, I thought he was going to go in the mid-50s. So here at 64, I think Jeremy Chinn is a huge value add for a team that's already addressed their defense quite a lot with Derek Brown and Yetur Gross-Matos, but they needed to because their defense really suffered last year. Their offense was not the reason they did bad. Christian McCaffrey just put up points and yards all over the fucking field. And they added offense in free agency. So they're addressing their defense via the draft, and they're doing it quite effectively. Yetur Gross-Matos and Derek Brown are going to be 10-year starters for this team, maybe longer. And they're going to terrorize quarterbacks for a long time. So addressing the defensive secondary now and the linebacker level makes a hell of a lot of sense. They did not replace the tackling output of Luke Kuechly with his retirement, and their defensive secondary is kind of weak. They've let some safeties go. Defensive backfield's not really been the same since Josh Norman days. And, of course, Josh Norman's not the same player he was, but yeah. Defensive back, safety, linebacker, Any of those things would work well here. They do have the value at the positions. And again, I think Jeremy Chin makes a hell of a lot of sense for them because he does have that positional flexibility to cover multiple of those holes by himself. A backup quarterback is not going to make sense until like the 5th, 6th round at the earliest for the Panthers. There's a couple they can see being career backups like Jake Fromm, but no starters left available. So I love it when the pick's in and we're sitting for 5-10 minutes just staring at the fucking screen, and instead of telling us who's drafted, I'm looking at Dennis Rodman's fucking bad haircut. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I get it, they got to sell ad space and everything, but seriously, there's just how this functions should be more of, just a banner of advertisements on the top of the screen or the bottom of the screen and just continual coverage. So Matt Rule is putting a stamp on his first year on the team. Marty Herney is a guy who's been with this team before, and I don't think he gets enough credit. Some of the best players in Panthers history were drafted by Marty Herney. So he knows what he's doing, and very obviously, with the draft he's had so far, I have no complaints. Oh, and this can be a trade via the Seahawks. So called it. Jeremy Chin out of Southern Illinois. So Jeremy Chin, he's a tweener position, okay? He played safety and linebacker. He's got positional flexibility in the way that Isaiah Simmons and Xavier McKinney have positional flexibility. So you're going to get a lot of production out of him as a pass rusher, as somebody who can cause turnovers in the defensive backfield. He picks the ball off. He blitzes the quarterback extremely well. So he will be a dynamic safety. All right. He's going to be a playmaker in the deep drop safety role, and he's going to be a playmaker coming up to the line of the scrimmage and wreaking havoc in the offensive backfield. He tackles extremely well. Very hard-nosed, face-first freaking tackler. I love the tenacity that he brings. I just think that he's one of these guys that fell because people don't necessarily know what the hell they're going to do with him. So having a creative defensive coordinator really matters for a player like Jeremy Chin because you can use him in so many different ways. People get kind of paralysis by analysis. They're going to stare at him and say, oh, there's so much we can do with him. What the fuck are we going to do with him? And other guys are going to say, holy shit, you're my new toy. And they're going to put him everywhere that they can on the field. And that's exactly how you should use him. Okay, this guy should line up as safety and linebacker, both safety positions, inside linebacker, outside linebacker. If you want a pass rusher on the field, throw him in there. So the Bengals are picking at 65. Logan Wilson, Wyoming linebacker. Logan Wilson's a solid pick. Anytime you get a program like Wyoming, you start to worry about competition level. So he's a solid tackler. If you look at him on film, he definitely looks like he's better than most of the players around him. Okay? But again, he should be. He's in the Mountain West Conference. He's not in the SEC, so he should be dominating players. So when you see somebody with, again, positional flexibility, he's played defensive back, he's played linebacker, I think you're getting a pure athlete here who's probably going to need to be coached up to know what the hell he's doing at his position in the league. But positional flexibility matters so much in the later rounds. This is a guy that's going to be an immediate contributor on special teams and could eventually develop into a full-time starter. But I'm expecting him to be a package-specific player and a special teams contributor. The Bengals have needed linebackers, though. And considering how bad their linebackers have been to this point, even though Logan Wilson on most teams, I wouldn't necessarily say would be a day one starter. For the Bengals, he probably is. So the Washington racist team names are on the clock. Picking Chase Young was a no-brainer. So let's see what they're doing now. Memphis running back Antonio Gibson. I wonder why they didn't go with the Appalachian State guy. Oh, I'm sorry, not running back, wide receiver. Okay. Antonio Gibson, giving insert name here quarterback another target. I can see that. You know, their wide receiving core right now is young, but talented. So Dwayne Haskins is now pretty obviously going to be the guy there, considering they didn't go for Tagovailoa or Justin Henderson. Henderson? Yeah. Either way, the kid the Chargers picked up. So they've got speed at wide receiver now on both sides of the field. So Scary Terry on that team, I have as a solid fantasy pick in like the 4th or 5th round at wide receiver. He's going to break out even better than he did last year this season, because wide receivers tend to make a good leap in their 2nd to 3rd year. Route combinations are much more elaborate in the NFL to break down more elaborate defensive schemes in the NFL. So wide receiver is a position that takes a while to get up to speed on. So Terry is going to be a hell of a lot better. So adding another speed demon wide receiver gives you what Terry did for you last season, and Terry gives you what you didn't have at all last season with his own personal development. So I think that's good, but they still need to address offensive line, because they're still going to lose Williams at offensive tackle, because that guy does not want to be there anymore. He doesn't trust the team any longer. Unless they've been able to patch up that relationship, they need offensive tackle in Washington. So the Lions are picking, and I have no faith in their coaching staff whatsoever. I have no faith now in their front office in general, because in spite of the needs that they have on defense, they went with a goddamn running back earlier. I get it, it's DeAndre Swift. He's a great talent, but you already have Kerryon Johnson, who's extremely effective. He got hurt, I get it, but you were able to make things work at running back with bums coming off of the street, okay? I was picking up people in fantasy football for running backs for Detroit that nobody knows the fucking name of, and nobody will remember the fucking name of. I think Bo Scarborough. Who the fuck is Bo Scarborough? Okay? They made him work. So running back definitely did not need to be addressed there. They needed to get some defensive line talent. And I get it, they have a CUDA, and they're very much coverage before pressure, and coverage creates pressure kind of mentality, but maybe add some pressure as well. So let's see what they do here, because a pick like Justin Madubuike here would certainly shut me up on this point. They need interior defensive pressure. Interior defensive pressure matters so much more than edge pressure. Getting up in a quarterback's face so he cannot step up in the pocket is a huge difference maker. And that's why people like Ed Oliver and Aaron Donald have been higher draft picks and focused on in the league to this point. more recently, because that pressure up the middle, preventing a quarterback from stepping up, making him move outside of the pocket, creates chaos for the quarterback so much more than the edge rusher does. Because these quarterbacks are more mobile now. So an edge rusher just means they have to run the opposite way. If you got somebody coming right up in your face, though, that's a little different to deal with, especially when you're trying to step up into a throw. So I want to see Justin Madubuike here. I think he makes the most sense, but if they go with an edge rusher, as that would work as well, like a Julian Okwara, who's still available, oddly enough. Cannot deny the talent of DeAndre Swift, but man, did they just need more at different positions. Of course, Julian Okwara called this. So Julian Okwara is going to play with his brother. That's funny. So he's an international guy, but he had some off-field issues that raised a lot of questions. And honestly, Okwara has first-round talent as a rusher. I think he's got a lot of upside here. He's had injuries, he's had off-field issues, but if you gloss over those, you have dynamic pass rushing threat, a guy who's dropped into coverage and is effective in coverage. You can loop him around on the interior. You can put him on the edge, and he can attack half the man extremely well and get after the quarterback. He's going to build over time. I've liked Julian Okwara for some time here. So getting him in the third round is a steal. Really love that pick. Okay, so a little more faith in the brass in Detroit because they finally addressed an actual position of need instead of that stupid running back pick that they had earlier. But I do like Julian Okwara, and getting him this late is fantastic. And great for Okwara. Going to play with his brother in Detroit is going to be a big benefit for him. So we've got the Jets on the clock now, and they have selected a handful of players that I wanted on my team. So with Denzel Mims and Mekhi Becton, they're doing really well already. Ashton Davis, the safety out of Cal, is a track star. Okay? This guy is an absolute fucking speed demon. All right? He is probably the fastest defensive back in college football right now. So he also did not play football at the safety position for very long. He was a wide receiver because they used that track and they said, hey, you know what? You're going to be very, very fast. Let's throw you the ball and see what you can do with it. So he has some good instincts, some good ball skills. And with his speed, and he does have tenacity, he will get involved in the box. He's a solid tackler, not the best. He's a solid rusher. He blitzes the quarterback extremely well because of his speed. He just closes in the backfield way faster than you would anticipate a safety coming in on. So physical ability is off the charts with this guy. It's just he has not played the position long enough to think that he's going to be a day one starter. All right, you're going to be using him as a return man. You're going to be using him as a special teams dynamo. So I would anticipate Ashton Davis making an immediate impact in the special teams. He'll be on the field as a package player at safety, but he does not have the polish ready for immediate, every down NFL safety play. He's not exactly going up against the most ridiculous competition in the AFC East, but Davante Adams came on strong for the Dolphins last year, and the Bills did just add Stephon Diggs. So having that speed on the back end of the defense for the Jets is going to be very important because he, again, is extremely fast, being a former track star at college. So Seattle picking at 69 here. Damian Lewis, guard out of LSU. I'm surprised that he's going before his line mate at guard. So Damian Lewis is a powerful guard. He's really good in the running game, not necessarily the most effective pass blocker, but if you just look at the holes that he was opening up for Edwards-Helaire, you understand why he's being drafted here. And this is really the range where you get guards and centers in the third round because, you can find them. All right, there's plenty of guards coming out of college football every year that can step in and be effective starters. Just generally speaking, offensive line play is at the worst level it's been as long as I've been watching football. So the guards coming in out of college right now, they are going to be effective starters, sure. But they're dealing with a different class of defensive linemen and a much more dynamic athlete on the defensive line. So I don't think necessarily the offensive linemen are worse, as much as the defensive linemen are so much more dynamic and better. Everybody on the interior is an edge rusher now. Everybody on the interior is a penetrating, rush the quarterback kind of guy. And that's just not what was happening 10, 20 years ago. You had these big-bodied guys that were maulers on the defensive line. Sam Adams, Pat Williams, these guys don't exist on the defensive line anymore in favor of smaller, more dynamic rushers up the middle, like Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald is not a huge dude; he's 6'2", but man, he is just quick and he's strong. So he is going to be able to put an offensive guard in a position he does not want to be in, and you still need a big human being to play guard. Regardless of how athletic these defensive tackles are, you still need to have a big motherfucker run blocking at guard. So he had to go to the right scheme. And as a power guard, he did. All right. So the Dolphins, picking at number 72 here, they have had an effective draft. All right, they got their offensive tackle, they got their quarterback, they got their defensive back in the first round. I want to say they addressed running back already in the second round here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Noah Igbinoghene is going to be the overlooked player in this draft, and I think he's going to have a great impact going forward for the Dolphins. Their pick is in at 72. I think they need defensive line help still. Interior defensive line or edge rush. They have addressed those positions in free agency, but they just had so much need on this team all over the place. This team had holes at almost every fucking position. Oh no, it was guard. They got Robert Hunt. So interior and exterior offensive line. They got Raekwon Davis at defensive tackle. But let's see some edge rush here. Okay? Let's see an edge rusher go. Uche's gone now. Aquara is now gone. There's a couple of edge rushers out of Florida still available. Names escape me now, but the Florida edge rushers, again, names escaping me, but a lot of people are scouting them in the second round range, and that makes sense to me. Best running backs available. Yeah. Not a position of need for the Dolphins right now at running back. At least nothing they need to address at the moment. But yeah, Zach Bond still being available right now. That would fit perfectly in the scheme that they're working for the Dolphins. So having Zach Bond or Justin Madubuike added to what they've already assembled makes a lot of sense for me. Zach Moss may be one of the better players available right now in general, but his game mirrors Jordan Howard's a little much. He's more of a power player. So I would think that they need more of a speedy guy to do anything on the edge of the field, be their third down back, more of a receiver out of the backfield. So if they're going to go running back, it's definitely not Zach Moss, and so it's definitely not at this point. It's going to be further down the draft. Zach Bond. As much as I don't want to see the Dolphins get better, I think he's just the perfect pick for them here. Brandon Jones, really? Okay. Texas produces a lot of good defensive backs as well. So their program's kind of tailed off of late, though. I mean, they haven't really been the same since Mac Brown left. They haven't attracted the same level of recruits. But Brandon Jones, he'll be an immediate special teams contributor. They had such bad safety play in Miami. He might end up being a starter for them in his first year, but he's not as polished a player. Obviously, he's going in the 70s. You know, he's not Xavier McKinney. He's not Grant Delpit. He's going to be an okay all-around safety. But yeah, I just think he's going to be more of a special teams contributor than anything. He has potential to start for Miami simply because of how bad they were, not how good he is. I'm surprised Zach Bond's still available. I am super surprised Zach Bond is still available. Falling into the 70s is nuts. Madubuike, too. I had both of those guys going in like the 40s and 50s. Pick 71 out of Baltimore. Baltimore has been speeding this along. Every time that they're up, they're submitting that pick before they need to. There we go. There's Justin Madubuike going. I've been waiting for this. So Madubuike is an effective defensive tackle. I mean, he's a good pass rusher from the interior. He's a solid tackler. I don't understand why he's been as overlooked because personally, I had him over Raekwon Davis, Ross Blacklock. You still have Neville Gallimore available, and I had him over Gallimore too. But yeah, now I don't understand Raekwon Davis and Ross Blacklock being drafted above this guy because I think he's as effective a run defender as Blacklock is, and he's as effective a pass rusher as Raekwon Davis is. So, you know, he's not as big a body as a lot of these other guys getting drafted in front of him, but that's what you want out of NFL defenses these days. You want those smaller, more dynamic defensive tackles because this is a guy who's played on the end and at tackle. depending the package that he was used in. And that level of flexibility now can address a couple of holes on the defensive front for the Ravens. So he's going to a perfect team in my mind. And the Ravens are having a great draft here. Addressing J.K. Dobbins, Patrick Queen, and Madubuike, all three of those guys are going to be solid starters for them moving forward. You're going to have to forgive me. I'm eating my dinner here while watching the draft here with you guys. So the Cardinals at pick 72. Josh Jones finally goes. It's surprising that he fell this hard. Seriously, it is surprising that he fell this hard. And you're looking at his, I'm sure, disappointed agent over his shoulder there, the only white guy in the room. Hilarious. I've always appreciated being the only white guy in the room, so I'm sure he does too. But Josh Jones is going to be an effective pass blocker and an immediate upgrade to this Arizona offensive line. They had some real problems, and I thought they were going to go with an offensive lineman, an offensive tackle with their first pick. Just Simmons fell to them, and I get it. You know, when you have a top 5 guy fall to you and a generational talent like A.J. Simmons, you got to fucking take him. But they didn't draft a tackle in the second round either, so I was kind of scratching my head. But Jones has been falling all day, and he's still available, and you're getting a guy that a lot of people had going in the upper end of the second round, if not the bottom of the first, and you're getting him in the third round here. So this is a huge value pick, and I really do appreciate it. This guy has a similar profile to Mekhi Becton. He's not the athlete Becton is, but he is a very good athlete. Okay, he's 300 plus pounds. He's 6'5". He's fast. He can move. He's a developmental guy. He came to the game a little later, much like Becton did, and you're banking on his upside over what he's doing right now. So he's going to be an immediate upgrade to their offensive line because their offensive line's been fucking terrible in Arizona for a long time. But I'm just super surprised he lasted this long. Josh Jones definitely should have gone before this. So the Jaguars pick is in. They've had a decent draft. I don't necessarily think C.J. Henderson's going to be a top flight player because he does have a really big problem tackling, but he addresses an immediate need. They got K'Lavon Chaisson as an edge rusher who's going to replace Yannick Ngakoue, who wants out. And they got Laviska Shenault, which provides the dynamic wide receiver talent that's needed for the mustache Florida man himself, Gardner Minshew, to throw the ball to. So they have had an effective draft. They still need interior defensive line. And considering Madubuike is now off the board, finally, should have gone earlier, I think Neville Gallimore makes a lot of sense. He's more of a big-bodied defensive lineman, but that would replace the gaping hole that you left there when you let Calais Campbell leave town and go over to Baltimore. So I think interior defensive line should be addressed here because Gallimore is, effective value at this position. But I'm interested to see where the Jaguars go with it. I have to thank my lovely wife for being so wonderful to me and bringing me food in the other room while I'm talking to you all about just endless amounts of football for hours and hours on end. 13 picks away from the Bills next time on the board. I'm excited. Man, I am a diehard Buffalo Bills fan, and I think they've been very effective at finding good talent late in the draft. They've got a very effective front office right now. Probably the best front office they've had since Bill Polian left town. And it's a good time to be a Bills fan. It really is. 20 years of just hell missing the playoffs. And now 2 playoff shots in the past 3 years. I'm really happy. Tony Baselli, really? Man, they're really dredging the bottom of the barrel for people on these commercials. But, I mean, Jaguars fans will remember his name. But he's only in the league for, 6 years? Tony Baselli. All right, so Jaguars fans, pick number 73 here. Again, I think Neville Gallimore makes a hell of a lot of sense. Jordan Elliott is somebody that a lot of other people have hyped up, but I don't necessarily have the same belief in at the defensive tackle position. I did have Neville Gallimore as one of my top 5 defensive tackles when I broke that position down leading up to the draft. So that would be the pick for me at this position. I think it is a value fit of a position of need that they have there in Jacksonville. And I think it's hilarious and just a slap in the face to the mustache Gardner Minshew that every time the Jacksonville Jaguars are picking, they're putting the camera on the quarterbacks. I don't give a flying fuck about Jake Fromm, okay? That guy is going to do nothing in this fucking league. He is going to be a backup at best. He's going to be a goddamn dentist in 5 years. So don't show me Jake Fromm, okay? Fuck this kid. Show me Neville Gallimore's front room. The quarterbacks move the needle, though. So people love looking at quarterbacks and how they're falling down draft boards. But this guy might not even be fucking drafted. So, seriously. A third-string quarterback in this league does not fucking matter on draft day. Doug Marrone. That motherfucker walking out on the Bills when the ownership changed by necessity. I mean, the owner died when he just got done bringing the Bills to a 9-7 record, which was the best record that they'd had in years. And everybody was flipping out like, holy crap, we actually have a winning coach who knows what the fuck he's doing. And then he bailed. And he thought he was just going to walk into offer after offer as a great head coach, turning the Bills into a winning program. And he had no offers because nobody wants a guy who's going to bail on a team. And he ended up being an offensive assistant. And he stepped in as an interim head coach. And that's how he had to get his head coaching gig in Jacksonville. And it's fucking Jacksonville. I mean, who the fuck wants to be there? All of their stars are leaving as soon as they possibly can. And they're trying to make that date earlier all the time. Jalen Ramsey forced his way out in a trade. And Yannick Ngakoue is trying to do the same thing right now, getting into fights with the owner's son on the internet. So they need to replace Calais Campbell. Neville Gallimore should be the pick. But Kamish is announcing it now, so let's see what they do. Devon Hamilton out of Ohio State has no reason to be going ahead of Neville Gallimore. None. I mean, he had a good season. A good season. But he had a good season because they've got Chase Young on the outside. He had a good season because he's got 2 people on the out. He's got 2 people blocking Chase Young every goddamn down. And when you're a big-bodied defensive tackle and you're not doubled, you're going to have a lot more opportunity to get into the backfield. Like, look at all the highlights that they have of this guy. It's guards going the exact wrong direction and not even fucking blocking the dude. It's just stupid. Devon Hamilton has no business going ahead of Neville Gallimore. God, it makes no fucking sense. I don't understand it. I don't fucking understand it. This reminds me of when Mario Williams was coming into the league. And I know it's a long time ago, but bear with me here. Mario Williams was such a dynamic defensive end that he was double, if not triple teamed every single fucking play. And because of that, he was the number one overall pick, and it made a hell of a lot of sense. But you know who also ended up being a first-round pick that year? John fucking McCargo. And his stats were padded because Mario Williams. Finally, somebody takes Zach Bond. So the New Orleans Saints just got a goddamn steal. Zach Bond has a nose for the football, okay? He has been a stud. This guy is coming out of the same system that gave us T.J. Watt, okay? And played just as effectively. So this is a guy who has a lot of coverage ability, a lot of pass rush ability. He is a nasty tackler. He gets involved. And he used to play fucking quarterback, so he knows what he's doing on defense. Man, this guy is going to be a serious force in this league. I anticipate him to be a day one starter. I anticipate him giving quarterbacks absolute fucking fits. So having him is going to make the fact that you're going up against Tom Brady a little bit easier to deal with. Not necessarily easy, but he's going to make that defense better suited to deal with what's building now in Tampa. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Zach Bond does in this league because I love watching his tape. He just lays people out when he hits them. He's straight to the damn quarterback kind of blitzer. He doesn't waste movement or energy. He's got multiple pass rushing moves. He's got a good spin, a good swim. He attacks half the man extremely, extremely well. He gets them off balance before making a quick move to the inside. I love his game. And going to an already stacked team like the Saints is very, very good for Zach Bond. Very, very good. He's going to be a really good player for a really long time. And on a team that lost just A.J. Klein, he's going to fill that role and then some. He had a diluted drug test that they're talking about now, and I don't care. Okay, they've laxed the drug testing policy in the collective bargaining agreement so much that it doesn't fucking matter. Jonah Jackson finally going. So they're showing him as a guard, but he played guard and center out of Ohio State. And, you know, he had great, solid play everywhere he went. So I think he's going to be a solid interior offensive lineman for a Lions team that needs interior offensive linemen. So I really do like this pick. I think Matt Stafford is going to be happy with it. I think their new addition running back in DeAndre Swift is going to be happy with it. And I think this offense has a potential to be truly dynamic and put a lot of pressure on the other teams in the NFC North. I thought the Lions could have broken out and been effective and competed for the division last year. And now I think they're closer to that. With Julian Okwara, Jeff Okudah, and Jonah Jackson, yeah. And what the Lions already have, I think they're fighting the fact that their coach doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. But yeah, I think they're going to have, as usual, a very talent-loaded roster that just has to figure out what the fuck they're doing with game day management. So Bruce Arians and the Tampa team. Coming up next, the pick is already in. Thankfully, these guys are just going rapid fire on these picks now instead of making us wait the whole damn clock before they make the decision. Pick 76, Tampa Bay. Ke'Shawn Vaughn, running back. The Vanderbilt product is solid, but yeah, I don't understand why the Appalachian State product hasn't come out yet. The Vanderbilt guy here, Vaughn, he was effective, but he played for Vanderbilt, so not exactly a hell of a lot of strong defensive competition that he's going against. So it's very difficult to gauge what he's going to be able to do against the top-end speed of NFL defenses. But, yeah, once this guy goes north-south, he's got the speed to take it to the house, but he doesn't have that second gear of acceleration that you like to see. It just, when you're looking at him running away from these guys on film, you have to take into account that he's going up against not-so-great competition. Like, there's not a single player on this field that he's running against right now for the Arkansas Razorbacks that are going to make an NFL squad. So he's running away from players that most certainly are never going to catch him. Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. But as a running back going to Tampa Bay, he's probably going to end up being the starter because their running back room was atrocious last year. All right, they did not have an effective rusher. And Ke'Shawn Vaughn, in spite of having a bunch of running backs that are, well, way better than him in this draft, he's still an upgrade to what Tampa has. So the Broncos coming up have done the mind-numbingly stupid thing of drafting 2 wide receivers back-to-back. They have Hamler, who is an over-the-top kind of wide receiver. He's a deep threat purely. And they got Jerry Jeudy, who's a fantastic route runner. And they are both talented players, and they're likely to be good in the league. But Denver needs a fucking tackle. Okay? Holding, number 58, Garrett Bowles. They hear it 5-6 times a game there in Denver. So Garrett Bowles was a first-round pick of John Elway's a couple of years back, and maybe he just doesn't want to admit that he bricked it on that pick, but he fucking bricked it on that pick. So they've needed to replace that guy, and they've had the availability to do that in this draft twice now and have not. So I think Broncos fans should be mildly upset about that. Really do. There's also the outside chance that they address linebacker. So linebacker is a position that really you're going to start to fill your roster with them now. All right. The pass rushing linebackers like Zach Vaughn, like Josh Uche, off the board at this point. There is a pass rusher that I'm kind of interested in that's still available in Curtis Weaver. But yeah, middle linebacker is a position you're going to start to fill now because linebackers are really a dime a dozen in this league. Okay, you're always going to be able to find late round linebacker talent that has a certain effect in the NFL game and will be able to contribute on special teams. Obviously, a lot of dime and nickel coverage being used in the league right now, so linebacker has been devalued in the way that running back has. So it's still a position need for Denver, though. You know, they've got the pass rushing stuff covered with Chubb and Von Miller. But middle linebacker should have been arguably addressed last draft instead of trading down to get Noah Fant. So getting themselves a middle linebacker at this point would not surprise me. But fuck, did they need offensive line? So get a tackle. Get an offensive fucking tackle. But at this position, at 77, I don't think there's an offensive tackle that is a value match for where they're at. Which is probably why they went with KJ Hamler anyway. But they could have gotten Josh Jones at that point. They need an offensive tackle. They need a linebacker. They need a defensive back, actually. I mean, Chris Harris Jr. is old. All right? And I think he just left, actually. He just left to the Chargers. So replacing Chris Harris Jr. would be big. But you're replacing him at pick 77, so it's a guy that's not necessarily going to step into those shoes right away and do well. This is the second time now we're seeing cheerleaders instead of fans for the Broncos. Ojemudia out of Iowa, corner. Well, he's a bigger corner, 200 pounds, over 6 feet tall. Doesn't have the kind of top flight speed that you'd necessarily like to say. Plays in a trail position pretty well, plays in a deep drop zone pretty well. Not necessarily great in press man. Not a lot of DBs coming out of college are, because they don't necessarily play a lot of press man. So he's not the perfect model for like a Fangio defense, because they are going to want to be a little bit more tight to the line of scrimmage. So he's going to have to learn some press techniques. But as far as dropping back into a zone and playing off coverage, he's got that experience, and he's a solid tackler. He's just not the purest athlete. He hasn't created as many turnovers as some other DBs, and that's why he's this far down. But defensive back, I mean, especially because he's going to have an effect on special teams almost immediately, he's going to find a spot on this team pretty well. So, Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Falcons on the board. Pick is in for Dan Quinn, Thomas Dimitroff, and the soon-to-be-fired squad that is the front office of the Atlanta Falcons. They should have been fired this year. They weren't. So this is just kind of an exercise in futility watching the Falcons draft right now. I don't want to see all these damn doctors. I really don't. It's like every other commercial is doctors and nurses telling people to stay the fuck home, wash their hands, cover their mouth. You know, we'll be fine. We got this kind of stuff. And I think that's hilarious, because anytime you actually look at the news or what World Health Organization people are saying, it's like, we don't fucking got this. Okay? So, there's a mixed message between commercials and what the businesses are putting out and what the World Health Organization is putting out. Matt Hennessy. All right. So, hilarious that Hennessy is going to Atlanta. Just saying. But the center for Temple, it's odd to me that they're addressing the interior offensive line 2 years in a row, because they've got a lot of draft capital invested in that offensive line. And, you know, they drafted offensive linemen last year in the first round and second round. And I didn't necessarily agree with the positions where they drafted those folks. But, it might have been a different scheme fit situation, so I'm not really bagging on them, but they got hurt. So you don't necessarily know what your already young offensive linemen are doing to your offensive line because they only had a few games last year before getting injured. Now they're back from injury, and you're addressing another offensive line position with draft capital, and I just don't see the need for it here. So this is kind of the position where you do draft interior offensive linemen, though. So if they don't necessarily see their linemen coming back from injury well, this could prove to be a good value pick. But I don't know the inner workings of that front office and what they know about their own people at this point. So I can't speak to why this would necessarily be the pick here, considering the guy's still coming back from injury. I would have preferred another defensive pick, but getting a center at this range is not necessarily a terrible thing. I just think Atlanta is very dysfunctional from the coach standpoint and the GM standpoint. I think they lost the offseason the day they decided to keep Dan Quinn in the fold. So, yes, he's in win right the fuck now mode, but he should have been in win right the fuck now mode 2 years ago. They've had 2 off seasons where he could have easily been fired and was not. So, again, I think watching that front office draft is just an exercise in futility because they are going to be gone next offseason. I don't see them putting it together, especially considering the Saints are still in that division. The Panthers are getting better under Matt Rule with the defensive picks that they've made and still retaining Christian McCaffrey and adding Teddy Bridgewater. And Tampa just added the greatest quarterback in the history of the fucking league and Rob Gronkowski. And they're having a very effective draft. So I don't see Atlanta coming out of this division even in third place. All right, they're almost guaranteed slated to be last in this division next year. So, yeah. Good luck, Atlanta fans. I'm just not seeing it. But the Jets picking at 79, they've been very effective in this draft. They've got Mekhi Becton, they got Denzel Mims, they've got Ashton Davis, all players that I greatly appreciate, and all players at positions of need for the Jets. So addressing interior offensive line might be good for them because they drafted a tackle, sure, but they need a guard. They need a guard pretty bad. So interior offensive line makes a hell of a lot of sense in this range. There's a lot of guards out there. There's too many to freaking name that are going to be effective in the league and are good value at this position in the draft. So I'm interested to see where the Jets go. I think they need to further develop that offensive line because it was so obviously the weakest point of that team, and they just got manhandled by the defensive fronts of both the Patriots and the Bills multiple times. They just had no answers for the kind of pressure that they were getting put on their quarterback. I see that as a huge need for them. Yeah, they really need to address that. Sitting here talking at the screen for 5 hours is just becoming more and more uncomfortable. Again, very, very thankful that my wife brought dinner in because yesterday I just ended up mowing down a whole bunch of fruit and other snack food as the only thing I ate between lunch and dinner because of the draft. Defensive end, Jabari Zuniga out of Florida. So this is a guy that a lot of people were talking about as a possible second-round pick. So this is a good value pick. He had an injury that he was dealing with that didn't allow him to put as much game film out there last year. But when you look at his game film, he has a very quick release off the snap, a very fast off the snap. Good inside and outside pass rushing moves. So I think he can be an effective pro. I really do. He is just he fell this hard because of injury issues in his senior year or junior year, whatever the hell it is, his last year in college. Um, and yeah, I think he will be an effective pro. I have no complaints out of this. The Jets are having an effective draft, and I actually greatly appreciate it. But again, an offensive guard still need to address. Let's see if they can find one that's actually going to be NFL ready going later on. The deeper the draft they go, the less likely that is to happen. All right. So Jabari Zuniga puts the Raiders in line now. I'm super excited to see what their stadium is like when it actually becomes active. Like, if the Bills go in to play going into play in that really expensive stadium is going to be, yeah, it's going to be interesting for Vegas. I'm expecting them to have casino style gambling in the stadium. Um, but yeah, I think that would be probably the best destination to go see a road game. So just seeing anybody going on a road game, everybody who's a huge football fan is going to fly to Vegas as for any reason. Normally, now they have a better reason to see their team play. So we've got a couple of picks in a row for the Raiders here at 80 and 81. Running back out of Kentucky, Lynn Bowden. Yeah. This is funny. So he's played all over the field. All over the field. He was just called a running back. He's played QB. He's played wide receiver. I expect him to end up being kind of a scat back or wide receiver, like a slot player in the Raiders offense. So working in the slot is a talent at wide receiver. You have to know where the holes in the defense are going to be and be able to settle into a hole. So Cole Beasley's really good at that, just finding a way to just get open from the slot. A lot of receivers that are strong receivers on the outside made their hay on the inside. Like Emmanuel Sanders has done extremely, extremely well from the slot in the past. And he's normally an outside receiver. But as a quarterback formerly and as a running back formerly, if you use him as a slot receiver, you're getting the best of everything. You're getting a guy who knows where he's going to find the soft spot in the defense because he's looking at the defense from a quarterback's eyes. And you're getting somebody who's dangerous with the ball in their hands after the catch because he's got that running back mentality once he has the ball in his hands. So I think that it's a very, very good pick for this offense. Mike Mayock knows what he's doing there. He knows how to find talented players that will work in the scheme for John Gruden. He has done very well going very deep in drafts to this point. Last year's draft showed what he can do. He got Max Crosby in the 4th round, and that guy ended up leading the team in sacks with, I think, 10.5. So I'm anticipating yet another solid pick from them coming up here at 81. Picks in. Let's see who they got. I always love this in fantasy drafts, going like if you draft either first or last in the fantasy draft, you get that back-to-back pick. It's always my favorite position. Man, loading up wide receiver. I mean, Brian Edwards is good value at this position, but they just drafted a guy who's going to play wide receiver, like the last pick. And they've already got Henry Ruggs. So drafting this many wide receivers in the top 100 picks is strange. But the South Carolina product was very, very productive during his college career. He's got a lot of school records for them. So, I mean, you can't deny the talent, but I do think it odd that they've addressed the wide receiver position so many times in this draft when I didn't necessarily think that they needed this many. All right, with already having, oh, what was it, Hunter Renfrow? No, the wide receiver that they had came out last year. I want to say it was Renfrow. I could be wrong. But they've got a guy who was able to work open in the slot pretty well. So, yeah, I just don't see the need of throwing this many guys at the same position. This seems a bit odd for me. All right, so the Dallas Cowboys on the board here at 82. And the pick is in. This is first-year coach for them, Mike McCarthy, taking a year off from football after being fired by the Packers, now stepping in as the Dallas head coach. He's obviously having an effect on the draft process, considering Jerry Jones is their de facto GM. You know, he's probably deferring a lot of the draft stuff to his head coach because that's been the MO lately of him deferring more power from the GM. I was waiting to see when Neville Gallimore would go. This guy is a solid defensive tackle. Okay, he is a great run stuffer. He's got, minor pass rush ability. He'll have a solid bull rush, but he's more of a run stuffer. He's more the big-bodied guy that's going to occupy a couple of blockers and free up the rest of the defense. So this is a guy who can have a cascading effect on the defense and allow the pass rushers there to get after the quarterback while he just dominates blockers. I see him being very effective in Dallas. Coming from Oklahoma, though, the Red River rivalry is strong. So the Texas folks may take a while to take a shining to him, but I think he's going to do quite well for the Dallas Cowboys. So, big schools having a big impact on this draft. A couple of Oklahoma products going to Dallas now. I think they're having a solid draft. I really do. CeeDee Lamb earlier making that offense just dynamic. And it already was extremely, extremely strong. It was one of the best offenses in the league last year. So adding CeeDee Lamb to that and now addressing some defensive positions, I think Dallas is doing really well for themselves. So we got somebody else watching the feed here. You want to make any comments or ask any questions about how I feel about anything, feel free. The Broncos picking at 83. The pick is in. They went heavy on wide receiver earlier. Still don't see why they haven't addressed the offensive line. They need to fucking block. They need to fucking block so damn bad. It's insane. Their offensive line was horribly ineffective last year. And I don't understand why they've drafted 2 wide receivers in the span of time. The 2 wide receivers back to back in the first and second round makes no sense to me from a Broncos team that has had so many holding penalties from their offensive line with ineffective blocking, too. You're allowing a lot of sacks and you're holding a lot of people. So you would have allowed even more sacks if you did not hold people so much. Horribly ineffective. So they've got a defensive back and 2 wide receivers, and their biggest needs are on offensive line. So that's a bit short-sighted to me. They need to build in the trenches. And Vic Fangio being an old-school coach, I'm surprised he's kind of going along with this so quietly. Oh, man. I'm so happy for the draft. I'm so happy for the minimal amount of normalcy that's coming out of this, because everybody's been so focused on what the hell's going on with the coronavirus, the states shutting things down. I'm really, really happy for the draft going on right now. But I could definitely deal with every third commercial not being something from the NFL saying the first responders and everything. I would really love it if they gave it a rest with that. So Zach Moss still on the board. Yeah, you kind of figured that's really the thing. Jordan Elliott, going around this range would make sense. So I like them highlighting that. Troutman, I did not think was going to be the tight end prospect that Mel Kiper does. I don't necessarily understand why they're highlighting him, or Jacob Eason for that matter. Like, seriously, Jacob Eason is not going to be a pro quarterback. It's like when they were highlighting Jake Fromm. Okay, I don't get it. They're maybe when you get down to like the 5th, 6th round is when you start thinking about, okay, quarterback, that's definitely going to be a backup. But there's no reason to be thinking about a quarterback at 83. Lloyd Cushenberry. I was wondering why the hell Lewis went over Lloyd Cushenberry. This guy is a solid guard. He knows his shit. This guy is powerful. Powerful. So he's played center and guard. So they've definitely needed an offensive lineman. And I'm very, very, very happy that they finally drafted one. All right. So they had Matt Paradis there, who went away in free agency. They didn't necessarily replace him effectively at center. So I would expect Lloyd Cushenberry to end up being the center and not a guard there in Denver. But he's a heady player. He's a powerful run blocker. He keeps his quarterback clean. And playing for a top-end program like LSU, as long as he has, he's gone against real pro-level competition. So the film you're watching on him is not lying to you. He is definitely going up against solid competition and creating effective running lanes for Edwards-Helaire and keeping the pocket clean for Joe Burrow. So I think he's going to be a very good pro. And I'm really, again, very surprised that he lasted this long, and the fact that his line mate Lewis went in front of him. Yeah, Cushenberry is a solid pick there for the Broncos. Again, they need a tackle, but I'm also not sure there's a tackle that's value appropriate at this point in the draft. So it makes sense to go for Cushenberry. So the Rams pick is in at 84. They have gotten a wide receiver and a running back so far in this draft. They still need edge defender, but as we get further in the draft, you're losing quality at edge defender, and you're no longer expecting these guys to step in and have an effective role immediately. So Aaron Donald is again left with very, very little help on the defensive front here. But here we go. The last guy that I felt was actually reasonable on the edge, Terrell Lewis. So Terrell Lewis for Alabama had injury issues. He's been quite good, but yeah, he's hurt all the time. Now, I've said a number of times about injuries coming out of college should not affect their draft status as much as it does. So they are getting kind of a steal here. I've talked about this a number of times. The Buffalo Bills passed on Rob Gronkowski because of an injury history in college. Did he have an injury history in the pros? Absolutely. Did they keep him from being one of the best tight ends the game has ever seen? Absolutely not. Who did they draft over Rob Gronkowski because he had a clean bill of health all the time? A guy named Torrell Troop. And if you're saying, who the fuck is Torrell Troop? You're right. He was 3 years in the league, and it was because of a chronic injury that he suffered. He did not have an injury history in college, but an injury ruined his career in the pros. Gronkowski did have an injury history in college, but his injury history in the pros did not ruin his career. So holding injury history in college against a guy is counterintuitive. You know that these guys are going to get hurt. So the only thing that injury history in college is doing is it's telling you that this guy knows how to work through injuries and come back to playing shape, which should be a positive thing, but it isn't. So Terrell Lewis for Alabama, who is a very productive edge rusher on that front with Raekwon Davis. So he did have line mates, so he's not doing it all on his own. He's not as an effective a player as, say, a Josh Uche was, or, any of the edge rushers, really. K'Lavon Chaisson comes to mind, too. So he's definitely not as effective as those guys, but the injuries bringing him down to this point in the draft probably shouldn't have happened. So the Colts picking at 85. Julian Blackmon, safety out of Utah. All right, Utah players are finally starting to go. Utah's a solid program. All right, they've been producing good pro defensive talent for a number of years. And his defensive backmate, Jalen Johnson, has been very effective. And actually, multiple times while I was scouting Jalen Johnson, I ended up seeing Blackmon making serious plays. So he does not have that tweener ability of dropping down into the box. He was shifted from corner to safety because he doesn't necessarily have the best hip movement that you'd like to see from a transition from a back pedal into a trail technique. So he is a true safety. He's not the kind of guy that you can shift around the field a lot. But playing for a good, solid program like he has in Utah, I would expect him to have at least the potential to develop into a starter and be an immediate special teams impact for the Indianapolis Colts. But already having gotten Michael Pittman Jr. and Jonathan Taylor, you can tell that they're loading up on offense there in Indianapolis. And Phillip Rivers needed the help All right, Phillip Rivers is not the kind of quarterback that can do it all on his own anymore, as if he ever really was. And having only really T.Y. Hilton on the outside edge, I really appreciate the wide receiver pick earlier. A bit of a head scratcher going with Jonathan Taylor because they already had Marlon Mack, and they need pass protection from their running back, which they get with Marlon Mack, and they wouldn't with Jonathan Taylor. So I'm not really sure why that's going on. But the Buffalo Bills are back on the clock, having already drafted A.J. Epinesa. Their only real need position, edge rush with some defensive line rotation. I would expect them to go defensive back here because, you can never have enough corners. You can never have enough corners. So a defensive back would be a decent position to fill at this point, and you're going to have a lot of value at that position at this point in the draft. Well, let's see. The pick's in. So they're about to read it off now. Zach Moss. Oh, running back out of Utah. So Zach Moss is a monster. Okay, he lowers his shoulder and runs over people. So he is a running back that's the exact opposite of the running back that they already have, who is a good pass receiver, a dynamic threat kind of receiver, running back that they already have in Devin Singletary. He's going to be complemented extremely well by Zach Moss. And a lot of Buffalo fans really wanted to see a running back, and they got their wish. They got their wish because Zach Moss, he's a beast. Absolute beast. I just want to see him truck people. And we're about to watch a highlight reel of, I'm sure, him running over a bunch of people. I just want to see him lower his shoulder and just pop somebody in the face mask. Now, he's got a lot of usage. All right, he's a physical runner, a bruising, punishing style, which has created some injuries for him to deal with and nagging things. But because he's a great complement to what they already have, I don't see him getting overly used at the pro level. I see him going into a rotational role, which will really help keep him fresh, and that's what you're going to need. Yeah, this guy's a monster. Absolute monster. He breaks tackles because he runs over people. So I'm happy with that. Zach Moss. Man, there's been a lot of people in Buffalo really pounding the table for Zach Moss specifically. So I'm sure there's plenty of people back in the below that are extremely, extremely happy with that pick right now. So the Patriots are on the clock right now, pick 87. They've had a very effective draft on the defensive side of the ball. I'm mildly upset at how effective they've actually been at drafting for the defensive side of the ball because the Patriots already had one of the league's best defenses last year. So they obviously lost Tom Brady, but they're still going to be the thorn in the side of the AFC East. All right? Nobody's beaten them yet. Alabama linebacker. So SEC players, man, they love them Bama players up in New England. They really do. Nick Saban coaches a defense like an NFL defense. So these smart players come into the league ready to, play in an NFL-style defensive scheme. So Belichick has coveted Alabama players for a long time. So this makes a lot of sense. They did have a mild need at linebacker. Their biggest needs are tight end and quarterback, the two positions that they just lost this offseason. But really, there's nobody at the positions that they're drafting in that really makes sense for tight end and quarterback. So they're just, picking up their defensive replacements, and this is working out really well in this draft. I mean, this defense is retooling, and it's going to be very tough to deal with for the young quarterbacks in this division. So you have a couple of linebackers that are going to be effective pass rushers as well, a dynamic safety being added already to the league's best defense, and you've got young quarterbacks going against them in this division. So they're still going to be a nightmare to deal with for the Bills, the Jets, and the Dolphins, because young quarterbacks going up against Bill Belichick's extremely complicated defensive scheme don't usually work well. All right, they do not have good games against this man. So he's making a strength a strength. He's focusing on his strength and making it stronger. This is sometimes a counterintuitive plan, but it's an effective plan. So if he can't improve his offense to make it as effective as it was with Tom Brady, why not say fuck it and focus on making that defense even stronger? And if you're constantly creating short fields for your offense, the phrase "a blind squirrel still finds a nut" now and again. If the offense always has short fields, they're going to be able to put 3 or 4 good plays together now and again and score. So it's, again, a little counterintuitive, but it does actually work in the league. So I'm interested to see what the Patriots do in this coming season, because I really don't think they're going to drop entirely out of the playoff conversation. They're going to make it tough on the AFC East teams to beat them. So Cleveland Browns picking at 88. Pick is already in. And again, this front office is much, 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 much more analytics heavy than it has been in previous drafts. The owners had a focus on analytics, and they've got a young GM that came out of the Eagles system and a young head coach that came out of the Vikings system that also believe in analytics in their approach in the front office. So I'm always interested to see what the Browns are doing this offseason, because it's a stark contrast to what they've done in previous off seasons and the approach that they've had to the draft previously. I did still think that John Dorsey was doing a good job building that roster, though. So I don't necessarily agree with his firing. But, yeah, the Browns are still having an effective draft, especially that first pick. I mean, Jedrick Wills is going to have such a strong impact on that offense, providing the kind of protection that Baker Mayfield actually needs to stand back and dissect the defense. And giving those talented running backs effective blocking. I mean, they had all the skill positions figured out and nothing going on that offensive front. And trading away an extremely good safety to the Giants in that Odell Beckham trade, they didn't fill that position until just now when they picked up Grant Delpit. But they filled the position finally. So I think they're having a very effective draft for the needs that they've had for a couple of years now. So they're filling those holes well. And Stefanski's on the phone now, so the pick is made and the player's being talked to. We're just waiting on the stupid NFL coverage to actually catch up with what the hell's going on. Defensive back and linebacker make a hell of a lot of sense to me at this position. Saying that they have a need at wide receiver is just fucking stupid. Yeah, linebacker and corner, possibly interior defensive line. So Jordan Elliott, I would expect going pretty soon. Malik Harrison out of Ohio State does make a lot of sense, but no, I think that they could go a lot of different directions because at this point in the draft, you're not necessarily going for somebody who's going to be starting. All right, you're going for somebody who's going to be depth, who's going to be immediate special teams help. Once you get to like 88 picks down, everybody talks about having top 100 picks because you're much more likely to get yourself a starter in the top 100 picks, but only at certain positions. So certain positions like guard and linebacker, you can find late in the draft that are going to be effective. But that's not necessarily the positions of need that they have here for the Browns. So I'd like to know where they go with this. Hmm. All these crappy graphics about the Browns. Everybody had them as the preseason Super Bowl favorite last year, and the whole season fell apart because Freddie Kitchens didn't know what the fuck he was doing as a head coach. I don't think this is any sort of valid line of questioning because seriously, they still got to deal with the Ravens. The Ravens are a powerhouse franchise right now. They've got the MVP quarterback in Lamar Jackson, who's only going to develop better as a passer. He's got the most dynamic running game in the league, along with some good actual deep threat talents at wide receiver. And the defense just keeps on getting better because they keep on picking up every other team's dynamic free agent that, for whatever reason, doesn't want to stay with that team anymore. So they're doing extremely well there in Baltimore, and the Browns really do not have a chance of beating that team right now. Don't at all. So pick 88 finally being announced after it's been in and submitted for at least 10 minutes now. Jordan Elliott finally goes. So the Missouri defensive tackle is solid as a pass rusher or a run defender. Because he was playing at Missouri and not one of the bigger schools, you worry about his competition level sometimes. But, he was blowing people up, blowing up guards and pushing them right into the backfield very frequently. And he would get double teamed frequently, but still be effective. So as a pass rusher on the interior of the line, he's intensely effective. This guy is really the heart and soul of this defense. So I do appreciate seeing this pick from the Browns because now they're, again, strengthening a strength. Because with Myles Garrett on the defensive front already, you're just adding more pass rush depth. And the Browns have a chance of making a dynamic defense now with the picks of Jordan Elliott and Grant Delpit, assuming they actually step in and produce at the levels they're potential to do at the NFL level. They do have some development to do. This guy is going to have more effect as a situational rusher at the early part of his career, but he's definitely going to be an effective pro. It's just a matter of how much usage he ends up getting at the NFL level. All right, the Vikings are picking at 89. Pick is in, and they're actually announcing it immediately, which is weird. Cameron Dantzler finally goes off the board. Man, this defensive back out of Mississippi State, a lot of people were projecting much earlier. So he is scrawny. Okay, he's 6'2", but he's an effective cover corner. He really does know how to drop off of his assignment to go after a turnover. Keeps his eyes in the backfield extremely well. He's played press man and has been effective at it. So he's actually done everything a corner is supposed to do. But he's just underweight. Okay, he's going to be able to get pushed around very easily by some bigger-bodied wide receivers in the NFL that have had some time to stack some muscle on their frame. He's going to need to build up his strength in the league because you don't want a bigger-bodied wide receiver just jacking him off the freaking line of scrimmage every time. And Minnesota has had an effective draft here. They needed 2 corners with starter potential out of this draft, and they've identified them and they've drafted them. Gladney and Dantzler were both slated as potential starting defensive backs coming out of college. So getting both of them in an offseason where you've lost a couple of corners, very effective for the Minnesota Vikings. Corner is a athletic position, and athletic positions tend to translate extremely easily to the NFL. So we're watching stupid freaking Bill O'Brien talking shit to whoever's on his screen via the phone right now. Bill O'Brien has been a goddamn train wreck this offseason, past off seasons. I mean, he's just moving some of their better talent away for peanuts. And he's trading away way too many first-round draft picks. Jonathan Grenard out of Florida. It's okay. But I think this is another thing that's an exercise in futility. Watching Bill O'Brien draft, you're watching a guy who's going to be on his way out. Okay? He's doing so many freaking stupid things with his front office control that no amount of semi-decent drafting is going to spackle over those holes in that roster. He's giving away multiple first-round draft picks for Laramie frickin' Tunsil. Okay? And Tunsil wasn't exactly the lights-out player that you were expecting him to be at left tackle. So I think adding this dude to a defensive front that's already got J.J. Watt, and they added, I believe, Ross Blacklock to earlier today. I think that is going to take all the pressure off of him to just consistent one-on-ones on the edge. So he does need to develop more as a pass rusher, but getting consistent one-on-ones on the edge and possibly even being matched up on a tight end because they're worried about J.J. Watt on the other side will give him a lot of opportunity to learn with not as steep of a learning curve in the NFL as you would normally get. But again, I think he's an okay-ish kind of linebacker. He's nothing horribly special. He's not really effective at coverage at all. He's very much like the 3-4 mold offensive, outside pass rusher kind of linebacker. And again, like a so-so kind of talent. So the Patriots picking at 91. The pick is already in. We're just waiting for them to actually announce the pick. And we're looking at really the kind of depressing war room setups of the player personnel director and Bill Belichick right now. And this is funny. Roger Goodell is just lounging in that freaking leather chair right now. He doesn't care. Devin Asiasi out of UCLA. There's probably 2 tight ends better than him available right now. So, yeah, he was a highly rated tight end previously, and maybe it was because he was dealing with better quarterback play. So it's possible you have to go deeper into this guy's film to really see what his potential is going to be in the league, because UCLA doesn't necessarily have a phenomenal quarterback right now, but if you recall, they did have Josh Allen, not Josh Allen, Josh Rosen playing for them as a pro prospect. So it's possible that he just had better film years ago when he had a better quarterback throwing to him, because he was rated as a top tight end in 16. But yeah. Well, actually, no, it's top tight end prospect, so that's his high school years. But no, I didn't see much out of him this past season on film. So I wouldn't necessarily have expected him to go this early. So pick number 92, Baltimore, who's already taken Patrick Queen and J.K. Dobbins. They've also done so many good things in free agency, picking up Calais Campbell. For instance, they had a trade. They gave away one of their tight ends, I want to say, to Atlanta, but they kept their good one in Mark Andrews. So not a huge loss for Baltimore. Lamar Jackson has been just a freak of nature for that team. I was really surprised that he went as late as he did in the first round. Being a Heisman Trophy winner as early as he was, and a Heisman Trophy candidate pretty much every year he was a starter, you should have known that Lamar Jackson was going to be a phenom when he got to the league, but people were just way too focused on his ability to run and tried to make it seem like he shouldn't even be a quarterback because of it, which is ridiculous, and the same kind of bullshit that they've said about talented running quarterbacks for way too long in this league. It just bothers the hell out of me that just because a guy is athletic and can run, now all of a sudden he's precluded from being a fucking quarterback, even though that's been his natural position for the past 8 years. That's fucking stupid. And you can only assume that there's some sort of racial twinge to it, because it's always a black quarterback that they're talking about with that shit too. Anyways, Baltimore made the right decision, probably because they had Ozzie Newsome, their GM, making that call, who's not going to be clouded by stupid racist shit. So yeah. Baltimore, yeah, Kurt Warner's talking about them possibly drafting a wide receiver, but I think they're just a tough as nails team, and I think doubling down on their strengths makes a hell of a lot of sense. Getting some sort of more dynamic defensive player that can be plugged in at either safety or linebacker makes a hell of a lot of sense. They've addressed the defensive line, which they've already done a couple of times this offseason with Derek Wolfe and Calais Campbell. So Madubuike being added to that makes that defensive front very, very dangerous. They can go a lot of different directions. So wide receiver I wouldn't be, shying away from, but interior offensive line could work out for them here too. So the third round, moving right along, we've got a few picks left here, and Devin Duvernay, Texas wide receiver, finally goes. Okay, so Kurt Warner was accurate in his assessment that getting a skill position player on the outside, a wide receiver, made a lot of sense. Obviously, that's the direction they ended up going. So Duvernay out of Texas, he's a solid playmaker. I watched a number of games against Texas scouting players like Jeff Gladney and Ross Blacklock. So, of course, Texas Christian is going to be playing Texas a couple of times. Um, so you end up seeing a lot of play of Devin Duvernay, and he was quite effective on the outside, and he has played against good competition at the cornerback position. This is a guy who's had to play against Utah, so he's gone up against Jalen Johnson, who was drafted previously. He's played TCU, so he's gone up against Jeff Gladney. And he has still had decent games, and he's been effective at the contested catches. So I think he's going to be effective. But again, when you're this far down in the draft, you really do have to make your hay in the special teams. And he hasn't been a player that's had to be on the special teams unit. So not having that experience may really hinder his ability to actually make the roster. So the Ravens are just getting nastier. And I understand the Titans beat their ass in the playoffs. But, they ran out and they got themselves some defensive front help. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be a problem this coming playoffs. What the hell? How many birdhouses has John Harbaugh made and hung up in his frickin' study? Randomly in the upper right corner of the screen, when they focused in on John Harbaugh, the guy's got like 15 frickin' birdhouses up on the shelf. Man. So the Titans are picking, and they've addressed offensive tackle, they've addressed corner pretty effectively, getting decent players at both positions. They really do still need to address defensive line. The loss of Casey really does hurt that defensive front, and they need to retain an identity there. They've added Vic Beasley, which was good. They did earlier draft. I want to say, the guy out of freaking Auburn. I always forget his name because he's just not Derek Brown. So they've made some moves on the defensive front already. So, and they've added a corner with Christian Fulton to replace what's going on out there. So they're pretty open actually. So the Titans could really go any direction here. I would think that they can go luxury pick status and just go whoever the best player on their board is. They're not necessarily pigeonholed into any one or two positional groups. So now we're going to be able to see what the front office values more. Very, very, very similar to if a team has a hell of a lot of holes. You get to see what a team values more by what position they address first out of those holes. This is the opposite. And the same thing was happening with the Bills earlier. So a team that actually has a pretty well-built roster, you get to see what value they put on positions because they could just go with any position. So we've been seeing that out of the Saints, too. And the Saints have been having a damn good draft because of it. But yeah, I'm interested to see what the Titans get because they are definitely a toughness first team in who they want to draft. And I'm interested to see where they go because the smaller school guys really should start coming off the board now. There's been a lot of big school talent drafted and a bit overdrafted, honestly. But small school guys should start moving off the board at this point with relative frequency. Oh, no, that's right. The Auburn guy went to freaking Atlanta. Okay. So they got an offensive tackle. They've got a corner. I want to see what they do on the defensive front. I want to see if they pick up another running back because, seriously, Derrick Henry cannot produce the way he did last season year in and year out without getting some sort of load taken off of him. They're going to run all of the tread off the tire on that guy. I want to say Adam Gase's dog is the first dog that I've seen in this coverage, which bothers me because I've just wanted to see so many more dogs. We're only really seeing these guys' kids come into frame. You very, very rarely see their spouses. So that's odd to me. Like, you're seeing the sons and daughters. We've seen one dog. And I think the only person's spouse we've seen was the Bengals' Zach Thomas. His spouse was there, and I want to say Jerry Jones's significant other was on screen with him. I'm not sure if he's married. I hope he's not, because God save her. But yeah, I'm just. We're at a point where we're seeing just where these front offices value positional ranks. But again, the Titans need defensive line help. And there's going to be a lot of availability at this point, this value. Darrynton Evans, the running back out of Appalachian State. Man, I've been wondering why he wasn't selected 2 running backs ago. But I wasn't expecting them to go running back here. I mean, I definitely think that they need to take some pressure off of Derrick Henry. Darrynton Evans is very talented. This guy is fast. Okay, he was their entire offense from App State. So there was a lot of plays that got stopped behind the line of scrimmage with him just because the entire defense knows what's after. So with Darrynton Evans, yeah, having him go with Derrick Henry, this is going to be another thunder and lightning sort of situation. He's got a lot of top end speed. So once he gets up to full speed, he's just gone. So a very different playing style to Derrick Henry, who's just lowering his shoulder and bulldozing over like 3 to 5 players in a row. So this is going to be extremely dynamic for that offense. Thank you, honey. Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see what goes on here in this backfield because Darrynton Evans is a speed demon. And adding him to this backfield that already has that thunder punching capability of Derrick Henry coming out of that backfield, it's going to be very interesting. So now we're going to have yet another year of the situation where the dynamic backfield is making the quarterback's job so much easier that Ryan Tannehill is probably going to look like a Pro Bowl player yet again. They're talking about Mike Vrabel's house being ridiculous in the first round. It's because he had a weird, like, dye job hair mullet kid on one side, and a kid just freaking cosplaying as Frozone on the other side of him. All right, so Josiah DeGuara just went tight end to Green Bay. So this makes sense. They have a need at tight end. I like DeGuara. He not as fast as some of the other tight ends that are in the league right now, but he has been used a hell of a lot. He's been moved all over the field. So, he kind of gives you some of the play design capability that you would get out of a Kelce. He's got some time that he's going to have to develop in the league. Tight ends always do. Tight ends have so many responsibilities in the pro game over and above what they had in the college game. They need to understand blocking schemes that are much more complex than they were in the college game. And the route combinations are more ridiculous. So it's like you're learning offensive line and wide receiver at the same time. So, a good tight end takes time to develop. He's going to be his third year in the league before you really see a very, very good jump in play from him. So drafting these late round tight ends is high reward, high risk. Because they have so much to learn and there's not really a guarantee that they're going to pick up on those things. You could be drafting a guy here in the third round that's not even going to make the team. And generally speaking, top 3-4 rounds, you want to try and find, if not starters, quality depth. So we're seeing them put the camera on all of these players that have no business being selected here. So you're seeing the quarterbacks getting the treatment that the green room used to get, because everybody likes the quarterback position. It moves the needle. It gets people talking. But again, people like Jake Fromm have no reason getting drafted at this point. They just don't. So the Broncos have drafted too many wide receivers. They finally drafted interior offensive line. So they're finally starting to make sense with going after the positions of need on the team. They still need to draft a tackle. But value doesn't necessarily fit that need still at this point. All of the quality draftable tackles are they're all gone. So this will be interesting here. I'm still amazed at what Mel Kiper's hair is doing, because his receding hairline is extremely uneven. It's very, very one side of the head. He's got that 5 head over here and more like a 9 head over here. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of loss here in the hair and makeup department with all of these restrictions on how many people are considered necessary and should be going to work. Defensive tackle out of Arkansas. Okay, so they lost Derek Wolfe. So they definitely had a need at defensive tackle. So I think he does plug in and fit in their rotation pretty well. Didn't play against amazing competition. So his film looks really, really good. But you worry about really who he was playing against. He's more of a smaller pass rushing type defensive tackle. He has played all along the defensive line. So he's a guy that you can play an edge on running downs and move into tackle on passing downs to take advantage of his pass rushing capability. I think as a rotational starter in those pass rushing roles, he makes a lot of sense. And from Vic Fangio's defense, they really like defensive tackles of his size and capability. So I think he will have a place on this defense and at least the potential of getting some snaps, depending on what he can show them in training camp. I mean, depending on what kind of training camp we even get out of these guys. So the Chiefs are on the clock now. They've got, well, Edwards-Helaire that they picked up earlier. And I think fucking Andy Reid's wardrobe is ridiculous. Him just wearing these Hawaiian shirts here is just a fucking tragedy. A couple of times, though, we caught him just staring at the TV, watching himself on the TV. The TCU tackle, Lucas Niang. Okay. Somebody that the Broncos probably should have attempted to draft. More of a right tackle. He played right tackle at TCU, so obviously right side tackles aren't going to be valued as high as left tackles, considering there's only one starting quarterback now who's left-handed, and that's freaking Tua Tagovailoa. He's a solid run blocker. All right, he can definitely move people, but he's not necessarily the cleanest in pass blocking. His technique isn't the greatest. He doesn't have as good of a kick step or the flexibility that you'd like to see in pass blocking, but he's certainly a people mover in the run blocking department and can develop more in his pass blocking technique for certain. So, Cleveland, who's had a relatively effective draft, picking Jedrick Wills earlier, big boon for them. And Grant Delpit later on, also big boon for them. So I'm happy so far with Cleveland's draft. Picking here at 97, the pick's already submitted. Again, we're just waiting on the commissioner actually getting his shit together and announcing the draft pick. You have to remember, at a certain point in the draft, it's not the commissioner of the league actually announcing the picks normally. It's random people from the league instead. So this guy's definitely doing more work than he's used to. So Jacob Phillips, inside linebacker out of LSU. He's a solid player. So Patrick Queen was definitely the star of the show. So he's definitely quick to the ball, but he's not the coverage dynamo that Patrick Queen was. He's more of a downfield kind of linebacker where he's attacking the line of scrimmage, diagnosing the play, and getting at that running back as quickly as possible. So he's going to be a good downfield player, but again, coverage isn't really his thing. So he's not the modern linebacker, but you've already got a few of those. So, yeah, a tackling, ball hawking kind of guy is a good fit for this Browns defense. So Baltimore coming at pick 98. They've had a dynamic offseason. They've done extremely well drafting, and they've done extremely well in free agency. So I'm expecting that to just continue at 98 here. They might end up getting tight end depth. I could expect to see that. They could continue to go defensive line, even though they've been very effective at addressing the defensive line, both in free agency and the draft. They identified that as a big need when Derrick Henry was running all over them in the playoffs. So you can see defensive front seven being addressed by the Ravens here easily. But I'm sure they're going to be extremely, extremely happy with what they already have with Madubuike going there and Patrick Queen. Some good names going to Baltimore in this draft. Come on, just tell us who the damn pick is. The pick's been in for freaking ever. This is bothersome. So you see in the upper right corner of the John Harbaugh portion of the screen, you just see two of those birdhouses that I mentioned earlier. There's like 5 more at least lined up next to them. So I'm wondering what his obsession with birdhouses is. But, you know, they are the Ravens, so it's probably just a bird motif that they've got going on in their decorations. Although those birdhouses definitely are not large enough for a raven. So maybe they should just collect Edgar Allan Poe books. All right. NFL commissioner is obviously adjusting in his leather chair. So we're more worried about him being comfortable than we are of telling the people what the pick is, apparently. I just want them to tell me who the goddamn pick is. Seriously. How long does the pick have to be submitted before you tell us? It's freaking stupid. So the Ravens fans losing steam. They're pictured behind them. Malik Harrison. Okay. Ohio State linebacker. If you were watching the feed earlier, Mel Kiper had him much higher. Like, was trying to trumpet Malik Harrison much earlier. This seems about right for me for him. But the Ohio State linebacker, he's going to be a solid player. He's coming from an Ohio State program that teaches very good defense. He has, dropped into coverage quite effectively, and he can get downfield into the backfield, tackling the running back quite well. He's not the dynamic athlete that you were getting out of like Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen, but he has been an effective player for a top-rated defense. You worry about how much of that job was being done by the defensive line in front of him, though, because you have a defensive tackle and a defensive end from that Ohio State defense that both have been drafted in front of Malik Harrison. He's had mop-up duty for those guys and really hasn't had to take on blockers as much as you would expect from a middle linebacker position. So it's a double-edged sword trying to evaluate a linebacker that also has an effective defensive line in front of him. So he's obviously going to have to make significant contributions on special teams in order to make the team, because he's certainly not a day one starter. So the Giants picking at 99. Gettleman has had effective drafts. He has. To this point, he's been pretty good, getting Andrew Thomas earlier on in the draft. And I'm actually very, very satisfied with what his draft was last year. In spite of Daniel Jones being picked very early, the other draft positions were effectively rated. So addressing the offensive line, continuing to address the offensive line, is addressing a weakness. So the UConn tackle Again, a right tackle, not a left tackle, but 6'6", 300 pounds, effective run blocker, seals the edge very well in run blocking situations. I he's not the athlete that you want playing at a left tackle position, but that's why he played right tackle at college. He knows his position. So he has the potential to be a starter for the Giants day one simply because the Giants' offensive line has been so bad. He's a guy who would be a rotational player for most other teams at the beginning of his career and slowly work in as a starter. But from a Giants perspective, this guy is likely a day one starter. The Giants just have so much room to grow on their offensive line. Even a project player like Peart, whatever you want to say, he's an upgrade to what they have. And he's going to be a rotational player immediately at a minimum. He may end up winning the job just because of lack of good competition on that team. So we're at pick 100. Tanner Moose, safety out of Clemson. Yeah. He's played safety. He's played linebacker because, Isaiah Simmons did the same thing, and that's just what Deebo Samuel likes to do with his defensive backfield. You're going to have him he's got defensive flexibility. He really does. But he does not have the athletic ability that you saw out of a lot of those flexible players. So he's definitely the kind of guy who's got to play with his brain more than he plays with his athletic ability. He has to kind of know what's coming and know his role in the defense in order to be truly effective. So, he's going to be a special teamer. That's it. But he has a potential to develop into a real player eventually for the Raiders. They had so many holes a couple of years ago that these drafts that Mike Mayock is putting together are putting starters onto the field. They had something like 9 players or 8 players out of last year's draft get significant snaps during the season. That's unheard of. So, there's immediate openings at the Raiders. So you have a potential to make a starter's impact or at least a good rotational impact going to a team like that. But Mayock and Gruden are effectively building a team right now. Here we got the pick 101 coming up. We're on a commercial break right now. I'm going to take a moment to step away for a second. Here, I'll be right back, guys. I've got